Most nights, the mind drifts into sleep, still gripping the day, unfinished worries, quiet doubts, expectations shaped by past outcomes. What follows you into sleep follows you into tomorrow. Tonight offers a different path. As you listen, the mind is invited to rest, and in that rest, something deeper begins to realign. Abundance does not arrive through tension. It arrives when resistance fades. The subconscious is not persuaded by force, only by familiarity. These hours are designed for that purpose, to replace old signals with new ones, gently, repeatedly, until abundance feels natural rather than distant. You don't need to concentrate or believe harder. In fact, effort slows this process. The deeper mind responds when the surface mind grows quiet. As your breathing settles and attention softens, the door opens to a level of influence that daylight effort cannot reach. Notice how the body relaxes first. That is no accident. The body knows when it is safe to receive. In that safety, the subconscious listens closely, absorbing impressions that shape what you expect, what you notice, and how you respond when opportunity appears. Many people spend years chasing abundance without realizing they are rehearsing scarcity every night. The subconscious learns through repetition. What it hears most often becomes its truth. Tonight, repetition is working in your favor, quietly establishing a new inner standard. Abundance is not simply money. It is the expectation of sufficiency, flow, and expansion. When that expectation is absent, effort feels heavy. When it is present, action becomes lighter, clearer, and more persistent. These hours are cultivating that expectation at its source. You may feel a sense of calm curiosity rather than excitement. That is ideal. Deep change rarely feels dramatic. It feels familiar, as if something long overdue is finally settling into place beneath the noise of thought. As the sound continues, old urgency begins to dissolve. The need to force outcomes softens. In its place comes steadiness, a quiet confidence that progress does not require constant struggle. This steadiness is fertile ground where abundance takes root. For many, abundance has felt close but fragile, as if it could slip away at any moment. That fragility is not external. It is an inner signal of uncertainty. These hours are strengthening the inner signal of stability, teaching the mind that receiving is safe. The subconscious does not argue or analyze. It records patterns. Tone, rhythm, and repetition shape it more powerfully than logic ever could. What is impressed now will guide behavior later, without effort or conscious reminder. You are not being asked to visualize images or repeat phrases. Simply allow the sound to remain. Allow the ideas to pass through you. The deeper mind knows what to keep. It always has. As minutes pass, you may notice that thoughts slow, then drift. This is the threshold where lasting impressions are formed. In this state, new assumptions settle easily and stay longer, influencing choices you will make tomorrow and beyond. Abundance begins internally as permission. Permission to grow. Permission to receive. Permission to expect good without guilt. These permissions are being reinforced now, quietly replacing habits of restraint and self-doubt. Many people believe success requires constant pressure. Pressure exhausts. Alignment sustains. When inner alignment is restored, persistence no longer feels like effort. It feels like direction. This is the difference between pushing forward and being pulled forward. If you have ever wondered why motivation fades but old habits remain, this explains why. Habits live in the subconscious. Tonight, the habit of scarcity is being gently interrupted and replaced with a habit of expectation. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper mind remains alert even when you rest. It continues learning, adjusting, and storing patterns that will guide you when you wake. Over time, you may notice subtle changes. Decisions feel easier. Fear feels less persuasive. Opportunities seem clearer. These are not coincidences. They are the outward signs of an inward shift already underway. Abundance does not announce itself. It expresses itself through timing, confidence, and persistence. These qualities are formed internally, long before results appear. What is being shaped now will express itself later, naturally and consistently. Stay with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment reinforces the idea that expansion is normal, that progress is expected, that life responds differently when inner resistance fades. This is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing the inner conflict that has been blocking what already belongs to you. When conflict dissolves, flow begins without effort. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind loosens its grip. This is the gateway. In this state, impressions bypass doubt and become instruction. What enters now becomes part of your inner framework. You may wake remembering little of what you heard, and that is perfectly fine. The subconscious remembers the feeling, the tone, the direction. It carries that memory forward into waking life. In the days ahead, abundance may show itself first as calm. Calm in decisions, calm in waiting, calm in persistence. From that calm, action becomes precise, and opportunities reveal themselves. Let the night do its quiet work. You do not need to manage the process. Simply remain open. By morning, nothing may look different, but inside, the foundation will be stronger. And from that foundation, abundance begins to feel less like a pursuit and more like a natural extension of who you are becoming. The hours of night possess a curious power, for they loosen the grip of the conscious mind and permit the deeper faculties to rise without resistance. In such quiet moments, the seeds of abundance find soil more welcoming, no longer pressed beneath the weight of daytime doubts, but softened by rest and ready to receive new impressions. Abundance first seeks a mind that is willing, not one strained by effort or hardened by fear. A weary mind clings to familiar limitations, yet a rested mind accepts new truths as though they were long-awaited companions. When the spirit withdraws from the noise of the day, it discovers the very threshold through which increase may pass. Many individuals fail not for want of ambition, but because they retire each night rehearsing their scarcity. They whisper to themselves that progress is distant, and the subconscious, faithful to its duty, takes these whispers as commands, shaping days that resemble those before them. Tonight begins a different experiment, one in which the mind is guided gently away from burdens and introduced to sufficiency. This is not mere imagination, but the removal of inner resistance, allowing the mind to become a quiet chamber where new instructions settle without conflict. The subconscious behaves like a loyal attendant. It does not question, it fulfills. Yet it hears the spirit more than the tongue. It accepts tone more than logic, and expectation more than argument. Thus, abundance must be impressed with calm assurance rather than strain. Consider Andrew Carnegie, who often retired with a serene conviction that tomorrow would reveal improvement. He did not force this belief, he welcomed it. In that spirit of ease, ideas came that later shaped vast enterprises. His abundance began not with coin, but with an inner atmosphere of sufficiency. The mind, carried into sleep, becomes the architect of the coming day. Should one enter the night with thoughts of constriction, the subconscious constructs a field of scarcity. Yet should one enter with thoughts of sufficiency, however lightly held, the deeper mind begins its quiet labor to make such sufficiency familiar. Familiarity is the secret of all receiving. The subconscious does not weigh the merit of an idea. It counts its repetitions. Thus, these hours place repetition in your favor, teaching the inner self that abundance is not exception, but rightful climate. You need not force belief. Belief grows through familiarity. As words of increase repeat with steady tone, the deeper mind begins to regard them not as remote claims, but as rightful conditions. When the mind accepts abundance as rightful, it moves toward it without conflict. Rest now in the knowledge that you are not compelling a change, but permitting one. Force creates tension. Permission creates movement. As your breathing steadies, the inner self loosens its grip on narrow patterns and allows broader ones to enter. In this softened state, the mind becomes like a field after rainfall, open, receptive, unresisting. Impressions fall easily upon such soil, and if left undisturbed, they become the attitudes that quietly direct your conduct, your speech, and your subtle way of meeting opportunity. Many imagine abundance as something distant to be pursued, yet pursuit often signals separation. Abundance is first allowed inwardly before it displays itself outwardly. You are not chasing wealth, but aligning your inner world with the attitudes that call it forth. Your nights will do more of this labor than your days. Recall Thomas Edison, who frequently discovered his finest ideas in the borderland between wakefulness and sleep. In that twilight his mind opened, and thoughts that eluded force came willingly. The fertile mind is never driven, it is invited. Tonight abundance is being invited. In due time, others will detect a change in your bearing. They may not name it, but they will sense steadiness, a quiet confidence that does not shout. They will observe in you the composure of one who expects favorable outcomes not by accident, but by natural consequence. The subconscious is already listening. It hears rhythm, cadence, feeling. Your calm reception of these ideas shapes an inner climate. A relaxed mind produces clearer ideas than a troubled one, and clearer ideas guide you toward opportunity. There is no need to analyze. The deeper mind works best when the conscious mind is hushed. Simply allow these impressions to pass through you. The inner self will accept what advances your welfare and release what holds no value. As these impressions settle, old urgency fades. You no longer feel compelled to hurry or strain. A quiet expectancy forms within a signal to the subconscious that it must now arrange your thoughts, moods, and decisions to match what is expected. Repetition is your ally. Night after night, it strengthens these impressions until they become your inner standard. One cannot exceed one's standard, but one may raise the standard itself. These hours are performing that raising, one gentle impression at a time. Should your thoughts drift, let them. Drifting shows that the surface mind is loosening its grip. The deeper mind remains attentive, absorbing the tone of abundance. Even without conscious memory, the instruction endures and influences the actions you take upon waking. Now permit a simple affirmation to settle lightly. Increase belongs to me, for I do not resist it. Let it drift without force. The subconscious hears such statements clearly when they are carried on calm breath rather than urgency. As your breathing steadies, accept the feeling of sufficiency. Feel that there is enough, that you are enough, that life itself contains enough. This feeling becomes the foundation upon which opportunity rests. Sufficiency invites expansion. Deficiency closes the door. Soon your outward results will mirror this inward shift. Your decisions will feel clearer, your responses calmer, and the world will seem more accommodating. These are not accidents, but the natural consequence of inner preparation. Let the night continue its labor. The subconscious accepts whatever is repeated with steady feeling. Abundance is being written into your inner pattern even now, forming new responses that will express themselves long after you rise. As you grow accustomed to these impressions, your life will begin to expand quietly. The path becomes smoother, not because obstacles vanish, but because your way of meeting them changes. One who expects abundance steps with a different bearing than one who doubts it. Rest in the assurance that abundance is no longer distant. It is shaping itself within you. In the quiet of this night, you have prepared the inner soil in which prosperity grows. And as with all living things, the first signs of growth appear within long before they are seen without. Many individuals believe abundance is kept from them by forces outside themselves, yet the true barrier is commonly found in the unseen folds of the inner life. The mind, though eager for progress, often carries remnants of fear, habits of self-doubt, or shadows from past defeats. These become the silent impediments through which opportunity slips away unnoticed. The first task is not to gather more strength, but to loosen the bonds of inner contradiction. When these bonds dissolve, abundance enters with little resistance. There is within every person a quiet knot formed from the fears they have repeated to themselves. Some fear loss, others fear disappointment, and many fear the responsibility that accompanies greater opportunity. These unseen tensions become like narrow gates through which abundance struggles to pass. Yet the night provides a gentle means to unbind these knots, for in the stillness of rest, the mind no longer clings to its habitual defenses. What once felt rigid may soften under the touch of calm reflection. When one seeks abundance while harboring fear of expansion, the two forces oppose one another. Such opposition creates stagnation. The individual takes action by day, yet retreats in belief by night. A man cannot welcome increase while secretly expecting decline. The subconscious obeys expectation more faithfully than desire. Thus, we begin by shaping expectation, removing the suspicion that prosperity might prove harmful or fleeting. When the mind regards increase as natural and safe, it ceases to block the very thing it seeks. Fear of the future is among the greatest thieves of abundance. Many lie awake rehearsing their misfortunes before they occur, thus instructing the subconscious to prepare for the very outcomes they dread. It is not fate that carries out these rehearsals, but the obedient nature of the deeper mind. You may release such rehearsals tonight, not by contesting them, but by offering gentler impressions. The subconscious responds more swiftly to calm assurance than to argument. Thomas Edison understood the necessity of releasing inner conflict before pursuing a new idea. When a challenge weighed heavily upon him, he did not push harder. Instead, he would rest, sometimes dozing in his chair with a metal ball in his hand. In that drifting state, the mind released its grip on the problem, and ideas emerged like birds freed from a cage. The lesson is timeless. Inner ease clears the path for inspiration, while inner tension obstructs it. Abundance is not attained by battling thoughts of lack, but by weakening their authority. When the conscious mind grows weary of struggle, the deeper mind becomes more willing to adopt a new direction. These hours are meant for such quiet redirection. As the sound continues, your mind learns a new rhythm, one that favors sufficiency over strain. You do not need to restrain old fears. You need only introduce new impressions that render the old ones irrelevant. The subconscious mind responds to tone, and tone is shaped by feeling. A single quiet statement spoken with calm conviction outweighs 1,000 anxious affirmations. This is why the night is ideal for planting seeds of increase. When the surface mind grows still, the deeper mind listens without interruption. You need only rest in these impressions. The subconscious will absorb them as naturally as the earth drinks rain. Many individuals become discouraged because they expect change to feel dramatic. Yet deep change is often subtle. It begins as a softening of tension, a lifting of heaviness, a quiet readiness. Such changes are neither loud nor forceful. They resemble the gradual shifting of seasons. Tonight you permit this shift to occur in its rightful manner, without pressure, without haste. Abundance grows best in minds where resistance has quietly dissolved. Allow now the thought that receiving is safe. For many, this single thought requires relearning. They have been taught, in ways spoken and unspoken, that wanting more is improper, or that increase will bring burden. These ideas took root when the mind was impressionable, often in childhood, and have remained unchallenged. But tonight, a new impression forms. It is safe for my life to expand. Repeat it inwardly if you wish. Even the faintest repetition leaves its trace. Others will notice a change in you long before you speak of it. They will see the lifting of old strains. They will observe that setbacks trouble you less, that your responses carry greater steadiness. They may not attribute these changes to inner transformation, yet they will feel it in your presence. People sense the difference between a mind conflicted and a mind aligned. You are becoming aligned. Consider a simple truth. Abundance requires space, not physical space, but mental space. A cluttered mind, filled with suspicions and old grievances, provides little room for new ideas. But a mind that releases these burdens becomes like a wide plain across which opportunity may travel freely. Tonight's work clears that plain. As unwanted thoughts drift away, what remains is a fertile mental field ready for cultivation. The subconscious cannot hold two opposing instructions. If you tell it that you seek prosperity but feel fear at the thought of change, it will follow the feeling, not the words. Words alone seldom impress the deeper mind unless supported by feeling. Thus, these hours are devoted to shaping the feeling of abundance, for once the emotion is established, the words gain tremendous power. The body often knows the truth before the intellect admits it. When the body relaxes at the thought of increase, it is a sign that the deeper mind is accepting the idea. No amount of reasoning can replace such acceptance. This is why rest is essential. Abundance does not flourish in minds burdened by strain. It flourishes where there is ease, readiness, and inner welcome. Release now the belief that growth must be earned through suffering. Growth often appears in proportion to inner clarity, not hardship. Those who succeed most consistently do so not because they endure more pain, but because they remove inner obstacles that once clouded their judgment. When the mind is clear, decisions become simple, and opportunities that once passed unnoticed shine with unmistakable light. Many imagine that their failures have scarred their chances of prosperity. Yet failure is but an earlier chapter, not a verdict. The subconscious does not cling to the outcome of failure. It clings to the feeling you associate with it. If you treat failure as a teacher rather than an enemy, the feeling changes, and with it, the deeper mind adopts an entirely different understanding of your potential. Let an affirmation settle within you now, spoken not loudly, but as a soft truth. I release all fear surrounding my advancement. You do not need to force this belief. Even if accepted lightly, it will begin its work. The subconscious treasures every impression that carries calm assurance. It measures not your certainty, but your willingness to receive. Notice how your breathing has grown steadier. The body mirrors the mind's readiness. As the breath smooths, inner resistance weakens. This is the moment in which new instruction enters with ease. You need only remain open. The deeper mind, always alert, gathers these impressions like a diligent gardener planting seeds in freshly prepared soil. Many have lived so long with inner turmoil that peace feels unfamiliar. Yet peace is the natural state of the mind when not pressed by fear. Tonight, you reacquaint yourself with this state. Peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the foundation upon which abundance rests. Without peace, even the greatest opportunities feel overwhelming. With peace, opportunities feel rightful. In days to come, you may notice that decisions once clouded by hesitation now feel clearer. When fear loosens its grip, judgment improves. You begin to sense which paths hold promise and which lead to waste. This clarity is evidence that inner interference has weakened. The subconscious is preparing the way for expanded action. Know this: abundance is not withheld from you. It has simply awaited the clearing of inner obstacles. Tonight marks the beginning of that clearing. With each gentle impression, the subconscious rearranges its patterns, releasing the old and welcoming the new. In this manner, abundance becomes not a distant hope, but a natural unfolding. As the night deepens, allow these impressions to settle without resistance. You need not guide them. Trust that the deeper mind understands its task. It has served you faithfully through every season. Now it serves you in attracting increase. In silence and stillness, it completes the work you began by choosing to listen. Your part is simple: rest, breathe, and permit. The larger part is performed by the subconscious, which continues its labor even when you drift into sleep. It listens now, storing each impression of sufficiency, each suggestion of ease, each hint of readiness. From these impressions, it forms a new inner pattern, one fit for abundance. When you wake, the change may feel subtle: a lighter step, a clearer thought, a sense of possibility not present before. These signs are the beginning. As you continue this practice, the signs will grow. And as the signs grow, so will your outer life expand to match the inner pattern now taking form. Expectation is the silent architect behind every result. Long before abundance shows itself outwardly, it is formed inwardly as a quiet assumption of what life intends to bring. Many individuals hope for better things, Yet hope without expectation is like a seed cast upon barren ground. It bears no fruit, for the soil has not been warmed by belief. Tonight, your inner soil grows warm. You are learning the difference between wishing and expecting, a difference subtle but decisive in shaping destiny. The subconscious follows the prevailing trend of your thought, not isolated flashes of desire. If a man wishes for prosperity once but rehearses uncertainty 100 times, the subconscious will follow the 100 and dismiss the one. It recognizes direction, not intensity. Thus, your nights hold great power, for they allow you to reverse the direction of your inner trend. As you fall asleep, impressions of abundance align your expectation with increase rather than decline. Many individuals allow their past to dictate their expectation of the future. They assume tomorrow must resemble yesterday simply because yesterday held struggle. Yet the past cannot bind the subconscious unless you continue rehearsing it. The deeper mind forms expectation from what you dwell upon now, not what transpired before. By offering it new impressions, you release yourself from the tyranny of old patterns. Consider Henry Ford, who once declared that he could bring forth an engine his engineers insisted was impossible. He did not rely upon hope alone. He expected the solution, and his expectation shaped the attitudes of everyone around him. Months passed, yet he did not waver. His steady inner conviction created a climate in which the impossible gradually became inevitable. The expectation came first, the achievement followed. Expectation is a form of inner permission. When you expect abundance, you grant yourself access to the ideas, decisions, and opportunities that lead to it. When you expect difficulty, you unconsciously limit your vision and shrink from the very paths that could advance you. Expectation directs attention, and attention directs action. A man seldom rises above the level of what he expects for himself. This night begins the strengthening of your expectation. You need not strain to believe anything said here. Let the impressions drift into the deeper mind like a gentle tide washing upon the shore. In time, even the faintest impressions create new inner contours. As these contours deepen, expectation forms naturally, without effort or argument. Notice how the mind softens when no demand is placed upon it. In this softened state, expectation becomes easier to shape. You are free of the defenses that once guarded your limitations. The subconscious, free from the noise of day, listens with fresh attention. It begins to accept the notion that increase is not foreign, not improbable, but familiar and rightful. A simple affirmation may settle here. The increase I seek is already moving toward me. Speak it within without force. The subconscious hears not the volume of a statement, but its sincerity. Even a quiet inward assurance carries greater power than the loudest outward declaration. As this assurance repeats across nights, the deeper mind begins arranging your inner world to match it. Others will observe the rise of a quiet confidence within you. They may remark that you seem less troubled, more certain, more at ease with the unfolding of events. This is the outward expression of expectation. A man who expects abundance does not grasp at opportunity anxiously. He meets it as though it were the most natural of happenings. Expectation changes posture. It straightens the spirit as surely as a rod strengthens the spine. When you expect good fortune, your decisions bear greater strength. When you expect increase, your judgments become clearer. When you expect advancement, you carry yourself as one prepared for advancement. Such bearing is felt by others long before they learn its cause. Observe now that expectation is not born from imagination alone. It is born from repetition. The subconscious accepts as truth whatever it encounters most frequently. This is why your nightly impressions hold such sway. They bypass the doubts of the day and establish a new pattern in the quiet hours when the deeper mind is most receptive. During these hours, your inner climate begins to shift. Thoughts that once circled around fear gradually lose their authority. Thoughts that speak of sufficiency gain strength. The subconscious gathers these impressions and builds from them a new assumption, one in which abundance is expected, not doubted. Expectation shapes reality by first shaping the mind that perceives reality. There is a difference between the man who hopes for rain and the man who prepares his field. The latter expects rain, and his actions reflect it. In the same manner, when you expect abundance, you begin preparing inwardly and outwardly for its arrival. You walk through life with a sense of readiness, and readiness is the magnet of opportunity. Think now of the men who rose from humble beginnings to great fortune. They did not possess extraordinary luck. They possessed extraordinary expectation. They believed that life could improve, and that their own efforts were worthy of great reward. This expectation guided them through setbacks, turning discouragement into renewed determination. Without expectation, desire would have wilted beneath hardship. As your expectation strengthens, hesitation loses its influence. A man uncertain of tomorrow hesitates today. A man who expects increase steps forward with assurance. Assurance does not guarantee immediate success, but it ensures persistence, and persistence is the master key to achievement. Expectation feeds persistence the way sunlight nourishes growth. Let an inward whisper settle now, "It is proper for me to advance." Such a statement dissolves the false belief that progress is reserved for the few. The subconscious, hearing this truth repeated night after night, begins to accept your advancement as rightful. Once it accepts this, it guides you toward the decisions that support it. Expectation alters what you notice. When you expect opportunity, subtle chances stand out clearly. When you expect rejection, even favorable signals appear uncertain. In this way, expectation becomes the lens through which you perceive your world. Tonight, that lens is being polished. Its clarity will shape your days to come. A curious thing occurs when expectation begins to rise. People around you respond differently. They feel drawn to your steadiness. They sense that you are an individual upon whom fortune rests. They become more willing to support your ideas, trust your judgment, and invite you into larger roles. This is not coincidence. It is the influence of your inner climate upon the minds of others. Expectation transforms one's bearing from anxious striving into quiet readiness. It removes the frantic need to prove oneself and replaces it with a calm belief that increase is already underway. In this manner, expectation conserves energy. A mind at peace with tomorrow wastes no strength worrying over it. Such a mind channels its energy into meaningful action. Allow another statement to settle. My life is inclined toward abundance. Speak it softly within. These statements, delivered without strain, seep into the deeper mind and gradually reshape your assumption of what is possible. As these impressions repeat, they become the silent rules by which your subconscious organizes your conduct. With expectation strengthened, doubt no longer commands the same voice within. Doubt may still whisper, but its whisper carries little authority. Instead, the deeper mind listens to the tone of your new impressions. A man dominated by doubt moves hesitantly, but a man guided by expectation steps with purpose. Even sleep becomes an ally in shaping expectation. As you drift deeper, the impressions you have accepted continue their work. They settle into the subconscious and form the foundation upon which new habits, decisions, and perceptions are built. You need not remember these impressions. The deeper mind remembers for you. As this inner work continues, you will find that your days unfold with greater ease. Choices appear clearer. Obstacles feel less threatening. A sense of quiet guidance begins to direct your steps. This is not mystical. It is the natural effect of expectation shaping perception and perception shaping action. Know this: expectation is not a dream. It is a principle as certain as the turning of seasons. Whatever the mind expects with consistency, the subconscious endeavors to bring forth. By offering it impressions of abundance, you align yourself with the very forces that build prosperity in the lives of men. Rest now in the assurance that expectation is forming within you. Each impression deepens the channel through which abundance flows. In nights to come, these impressions will strengthen, and as they strengthen, you will begin to meet life with the quiet confidence of one who knows increase is near. You are shaping the atmosphere in which abundance thrives. There comes a moment in every great pursuit when effort ceases to yield progress, not because the goal is unworthy, but because strain has replaced clarity. Many men fail because they imagine that success demands constant pressure, yet pressure clouds the mind, while clarity reveals the next step. The mind that strains is like a clenched fist, unable to receive. The mind that rests in assurance opens wide to opportunity. Effort has its place, but strain is its counterfeit. Effort guided by purpose moves in straight lines. Strain, born of fear, scatters itself in every direction. A man under strain works hard yet accomplishes little, for his energy fights itself. But a man whose mind is calm directs his force precisely. He accomplishes more in a single hour of aligned action than others in days of anxious labor. Abundance responds not to tension but to readiness. Just as the soil receives the seed best when loosened, so the subconscious receives instruction best when the mind is at ease. When you listen in this restful state, you remove the inner opposition that once weakened your progress. Now each impression settles cleanly. You are learning the power of ease, not as idleness, but as a principle of efficiency. Napoleon Hill, meaning myself, spent many years observing the great captains of industry. I found a common truth among them. They did not hurry. They moved with purpose, but without agitation. Andrew Carnegie often remarked that a man's true power comes from the calm conviction that his aim is already being realized. This conviction allowed him to conserve energy for decisions that mattered. When strain governs the mind, even small tasks appear burdensome. When calm governs the mind, even large endeavors feel manageable. The difference lies not in the task, but in the inner state. Tonight you cultivate this inner state, for abundance grows most readily in soil untroubled by fear. Fear breaks the rhythm of progress. Calm restores it. There is a law in human achievement seldom recognized, the law of least resistance within the self. When one ceases fighting one's own doubts, actions gain a natural flow. It is not weakness to release tension. It is wisdom. For tension bends a man inward, closing him from inspiration, while calm opens him outward, attuning him to ideas he once overlooked. Let a quiet truth settle within you. It is not necessary to force results. Results follow the man whose inner world is arranged for receiving. Force signals doubt. Ease signals confidence. When the deeper mind detects confidence, it directs your energy with precision. It urges you toward the right conversation, the right decision, the right timing. Consider the example of an inventor at work. When he reaches the limits of his conscious will, he steps back. He rests. And in rest the idea comes, as if carried on a quiet stream. Such was the method of Edison. He did not win by battle, but by alignment. He trusted the deeper forces of his mind to complete what conscious effort could not. Others will begin noticing in you a change that may surprise them. They will observe that you move with greater certainty and speak with greater clarity. They will feel a steadiness in your presence that was not there before. This is the mark of a man no longer ruled by strain. Such a man becomes magnetic. For others, trust one who does not wrestle with himself. Strain once made you believe progress required struggle at every turn. Yet look closely at the lives of those who have achieved greatly. Their greatest breakthroughs came not from frantic action, but from moments of composure in which clarity broke through. The world rewards the man whose mind is untroubled, for he sees with greater accuracy and acts with greater power. Ease does not remove responsibility, it refines it. When the mind no longer wastes strength on inner conflict, all of its force becomes available for creation. This is why the night is of such value. It restores the harmony that produces efficient action. In this restored state, every step you take is multiplied in effectiveness. Let an affirmation form softly within you now. Ease strengthens my progress. Such words may seem simple, yet spoken with calm sincerity, they direct the subconscious toward a new pattern of operation. The deeper mind, hearing this tone, begins reorganizing your inner habits so that your actions arise from confidence rather than strain. Imagine a river forced through a narrow channel. Its flow is broken, uneven, turbulent. Now picture the same river given room. Its movement becomes smooth and powerful. The mind under strain is the narrow channel. The mind at ease is the open riverbed. Tonight you widen that channel. You make space for abundance to move toward you without obstruction. In days ahead, you will find that the tasks which once drained you no longer feel so heavy. You will experience a sense of natural momentum, as if life itself had begun to carry you. This is not fantasy. It is the outer expression of an inner alignment that has been forming in these quiet hours. When the mind ceases resisting itself, progress accelerates. Many imagine that success is won through constant exertion. Yet the greatest men often rested at the height of their efforts. Rest sharpened their decisions. Rest allowed their subconscious to assemble solutions. Rest revealed the next direction. It is not laziness to rest. It is strategy. And tonight you are learning to rest with purpose. Reflect on this. A man who strains rarely trusts. A man who trusts rarely strains. Trust is not blind hope. Trust is the knowledge that your inner and outer worlds are aligning. This knowledge frees you from the frantic pursuit of results. It allows you to move with steadiness, to perceive with clarity, and to act with confidence. Let another soft truth settle. You are not losing time by releasing tension, you are reclaiming it. Time used in strain is often wasted, for decisions born from fear require correction. But decisions born from calm conviction rarely require revision. They carry the weight of inner alignment and the power of clear intention. As your breathing steadies, your deeper mind becomes more receptive. It listens now not only to the words, but to the tone in which you receive them. A mind that listens in ease learns quickly. These impressions, repeated across nights, will shape your conduct far more effectively than any hurried effort. In a short while, you may feel your thoughts becoming softer, less reactive. This is the first step toward the natural flow of abundance. For abundance does not cling to the man who is tense. It gravitates toward the man whose inner world is orderly and unhurried. Such a man becomes a natural conduit for increase. Let a final impression settle before sleep draws near. My actions are guided by calm assurance. With this impression, you release the belief that progress requires struggle. You accept the deeper truth that abundance arrives more readily when you cease obstructing its path. The night will do its work. Your task is simply to permit the change. In the days and weeks ahead, your life will begin to reflect this new pattern. You will find yourself acting with greater precision, noticing opportunities sooner, and feeling less troubled by uncertainty. This is the harvest of ease. The man who works in harmony with his subconscious achieves more with less effort. He moves as though carried by unseen currents. Rest now in the assurance that you have begun to release the strain that once hindered your progress. What follows will be shaped not by force but by alignment. And alignment, once formed, becomes the quiet engine of abundance. There is a quiet authority that arises within a man when his inner world is no longer governed by confusion. This authority is not loud, nor is it boastful. It is the calm certainty of one who has arranged his thoughts as a conductor arranges his orchestra, each instrument harmonizing with the next. When the mind reaches such order, abundance responds as naturally as sound follows vibration. Every individual carries within himself a secret center of direction. This center determines whether his thoughts wander aimlessly or move with unified purpose. When this inner center is weak, his efforts scatter. But when it grows firm, his actions acquire force. The subconscious, recognizing order, begins to align circumstances with the pattern set within. Thus he becomes a conductor of increase, summoning results through inner arrangement rather than outward struggle. Abundance prefers order. It gravitates toward minds that are composed, steady, and deliberate. A man whose thoughts contradict one another cannot maintain such composure. But a man who guides his thoughts with gentle authority soon discovers that life mirrors his internal discipline. His decisions become more certain, His words bear greater influence. His presence calms the doubts of others. Consider Charles Schwab, whose remarkable leadership at an early age puzzled many. He possessed neither the age nor the outward force one would expect of a man directing thousands. His power did not arise from bold speech, but from inner order. Those around him felt that he knew his course. They trusted him because he trusted himself. His calm tone created unity among men and opportunity among conditions. This same inner unity begins with the impressions you allow into your mind during rest. Each impression tonight contributes to the construction of a stable inner foundation. As the deeper mind absorbs these patterns, it removes the contradictions that once divided your belief. In place of conflict, it builds coherence. From coherence grows power. Notice the feeling of steadiness forming within you. It may begin as a simple easing of tension, but this easing is the first sign of inner order. The subconscious cannot create increase in the midst of turmoil, but it works swiftly when the emotional atmosphere is calm. Just as a composer hears music before writing the notes, the subconscious senses direction before producing results. Let an inward statement settle. Increase follows the order I establish within. Speak it softly to yourself. The subconscious responds willingly to suggestions that promise harmony. It delights in instruction that carries no trace of force. And as this idea repeats across nights, the mind becomes trained to regard order as the natural condition of prosperity. When a man becomes orderly in thought, others sense it. They instinctively trust him. They look to him for guidance, even when they cannot explain why. They perceive a firmness in his manner, a clarity in his gaze, a precision in his speech. This is the influence of inner order expressing itself outwardly. Such influence is often mistaken for charisma, but it is simply the reflection of mental alignment. Order enhances perception. When the mind is not scattered, it sees more sharply. It discerns subtle opportunities, notices patterns overlooked by others, and identifies errors before they grow costly. Abundance responds swiftly to such perception. Opportunities that once passed unnoticed now reveal themselves with ease, as though drawn toward the man whose mind is prepared to receive them. Think of the mind as a room. If the room is cluttered with doubt, fear, and unexamined beliefs, the sunlight of opportunity cannot enter freely. But when the room is cleared, swept, and arranged with intention, the light pours in. Tonight you clear this room. Each impression of calm, each thought of sufficiency, each acceptance of order removes another piece of clutter. You may feel the beginnings of a quiet confidence forming within, the kind that does not depend upon outward validation. This confidence is not a sudden burst of emotion, but a steady flame that burns without flicker. It is the flame of inner authority. When this flame is present, you no longer seek assurance from others. You become the source of assurance. Let another truth settle within. A man who commands his thoughts commands his conditions. This does not mean he controls the world around him, but that he controls the manner in which he meets it. And the manner in which he meets it determines the outcomes he attracts. Order within becomes opportunity without. There is a rhythm to abundance, much like the rhythm of breath. When your thoughts move in harmony, this rhythm becomes easy to feel. You begin to sense when to act and when to wait. You begin to recognize when a path is opening and when it is closing. Such sensitivity is not mystical. It is the natural ability of a mind free from inner noise. Observe how the sound accompanying this night contributes to your order. Its steady tone guides your thoughts away from tangled paths and toward calm focus. Without effort, your mind follows its rhythm. The subconscious listens, absorbing not only the ideas but the steadiness behind them. It begins to design your inner world accordingly. In days to come, others will remark upon your clarity. They will notice your certainty, your increasing calm, your improved judgment. They may not know the cause, yet they will sense that something within you has strengthened. Inner order becomes visible through outer composure. A man may say nothing of his transformation, yet all around him feel it. Order within creates room for sound decision. When a man is no longer torn between opposing beliefs, his decisions arise naturally. He does not hesitate. He does not second guess. He acts with calm force. Such force is not violent. It is directed. It carries weight. Men who possess this quality seldom need to persuade others, feel the strength behind their choices. The subconscious thrives on instruction delivered in steady rhythm. It interprets such rhythm as certainty. Certainty shapes identity, and identity shapes destiny. As you continue receiving these impressions, you are becoming a man whose very manner communicates expectation of increase. Opportunity aligns with such men because they carry the atmosphere of advancement. Let a soft statement form. I move through life as one prepared for abundance. Feel no need to measure your belief in it. The deeper mind accepts willingness even more readily than conviction. As willingness grows, conviction follows naturally. Over nights and weeks, such statements become self-evident truths. Imagine now that your thoughts fall into place as neatly as stones in a well-built wall. Each thought supports the next. None contradicts another. This is the architecture of inner order. Once this wall is built, the winds of circumstance cannot shake it. You become steady in the face of uncertainty, composed in the face of challenge, consistent in purpose. Abundance is drawn to stability. Much as water seeks the lowest ground, increase seeks the mind, capable of holding it without fear. The man who is easily shaken cannot sustain abundance, but the man who is steady invites it. Your steadiness is forming, quietly, impression by impression. Even as sleep approaches, the deeper mind continues arranging itself. It collects these ideas, examines their feeling, measures their tone, and organizes them into new standards of thought. What once seemed unlikely begins to feel natural. What once felt distant begins to feel near. This is the work of inner order reshaping expectation. In tomorrow's actions, you may notice greater composure. You may find that tasks once frustrating now proceed smoothly. You may feel untroubled by interruptions that formerly disturbed you. These signs are not accidental. They are proofs that your inner world is aligning itself with abundance. Know this: the man whose mind is ordered becomes a living signal of prosperity. His presence communicates direction. His decisions communicate strength. His calm communicates preparation. He becomes not merely a receiver of opportunity, but a conductor of increase, organizing the unseen forces of his mind to produce visible results. Rest now in the assurance that order is forming within you. Each repetition deepens your alignment. The subconscious, faithful and tireless, continues the work long after your waking thoughts have grown silent. And as this order strengthens, abundance follows naturally, for it always moves toward the mind prepared to hold it. There is a truth seldom spoken aloud, yet it governs every man's destiny. One cannot consistently rise above the image he holds of himself. A man may receive opportunity, but if his self-image remains small, he will shrink from the very doors that open before him. His deeper mind will whisper that such doors were meant for others, not for him. Thus, abundance begins with the enlargement of one's inner portrait. This enlargement is not vanity, it is alignment. You are not seeking to become someone else, but to remove the false boundary that once confined your perception of your own worth. Through the quiet impressions of night, you are allowing a broader image to take shape, one that reflects your true capacity rather than your former doubts. The subconscious accepts this image not through force, but through repeated recognition. When a man permits a higher image of himself to form, all his habits begin to adjust accordingly. His posture changes, his tone deepens, his decisions strengthen. Others sense that he carries himself differently, though they may not know why. They feel in him the presence of a man who recognizes his own potential. Such recognition radiates silently but powerfully. Many individuals cling to the smaller versions of themselves because they fear the unknown. They fear disappointment. They fear judgment. Yet the greater fear should be the fear of remaining less than one is capable of becoming. Remaining small does not protect a man. It diminishes him. Tonight you release the belief that rising is dangerous. You accept the truth that rising is natural. A simple inward phrase may be welcome now. It is safe for me to rise. Speak it softly, without insistence. The subconscious responds quickly to statements that offer safety, for its purpose is to guard your well-being. When it hears that rising is safe, it ceases resisting increase. It begins preparing your thoughts and behavior for advancement that once troubled you. Consider the countless individuals I encountered in my research who did not begin to succeed until they adopted a new conception of themselves. Their circumstances had not changed, but their inner vision had. A man cannot become rich in the outer world while believing himself poor in the inner one. His self-image limits the scope of his ambition, which in turn limits the actions he dares to take. Your image of yourself began forming long before you had the power to shape it consciously. It was shaped by early influences, by comments spoken casually, by circumstances you could not control. Yet now, in these quiet hours, you take up the right of authorship. You begin crafting the image that aligns with your true potential, not the one imposed upon you by chance. The subconscious holds fast to whatever image is repeated most often. This is why imagination combined with nightly suggestion becomes a potent force. You are not painting a fantasy. You are offering your deeper mind a more accurate portrait of who you are capable of becoming. In time, you begin to behave in accordance with this portrait. Action follows identity as surely as shadow follows substance. A remarkable change takes place when a man expands his self-image. His capacity for persistence increases. Challenges that once defeated him now appear manageable, for he no longer sees himself as a small figure standing before a large problem. Instead, he sees himself as a growing figure capable of meeting any challenge through perseverance and clarity. Others will notice this change before you fully do. They will sense a greater steadiness in you, a quiet confidence not present before. They will respond with respect, for men naturally respect those who respect themselves. This respect becomes an unseen support in your advancement, for people are inclined to assist individuals who appear destined for greater things. As your image rises, the opportunities suited to your new stature begin presenting themselves. These opportunities were always near, but your former identity blinded you to them. A man who believes himself unworthy overlooks chances that could advance him. A man who recognizes his worth sees openings everywhere. Opportunity expands according to the eye that perceives it. Let another thought settle softly. I am becoming the man my potential has always awaited. This idea allows the subconscious to harmonize your actions with your emerging identity. You need not force change. Simply permit the deeper mind to adopt a broader view. Once it does, your conduct will naturally rise to meet that view. Your behavior will begin revealing the transformation. You will speak with clearer purpose. You will hesitate less. You will offer your ideas with greater steadiness. And when setbacks arise, you will meet them not with despair, but with renewed determination. This is the evidence of an expanded self-image at work. The man who believes himself capable cannot be kept small for long. Think of a great tree. Before it grew tall, its roots first expanded beneath the earth. Likewise, before your outer life expands, your inner roots must deepen. These roots are the ideas you accept about yourself. A shallow root demands a shallow life. A deep root sustains a great one. Tonight, you strengthen these roots. You prepare for the height that follows. The subconscious has no limit except the limit you impose upon it. When you instruct it that you are equal to great responsibility, it strengthens your courage. When you tell it you are fit for abundance, it sharpens your perception. When you affirm that rising is safe, it dissolves the fears that once held you motionless. In this way, identity becomes destiny. Let another inward affirmation take form. I expand quietly, naturally, without resistance. This idea lifts the heaviness that once accompanied your attempts at growth. Growth is not a burden, but a natural upward motion of the spirit. When the subconscious accepts this truth, progress becomes smoother, steadier, and far more certain. You may begin to feel a subtle shift within, as though a larger version of yourself is stepping forward. This larger self has always existed, waiting for permission to direct your life. It brings with it clearer decisions, firmer purpose, and broader vision. These qualities do not appear all at once. They unfold gradually, as any great structure is built. In the days ahead, you may notice that tasks which once overwhelmed you now feel approachable. You may find that your goals no longer intimidate but inspire you. You may discover that your voice carries greater conviction. These changes are the natural outgrowth of a self-image that has outgrown its former limits. A man who respects his own potential begins expecting more from life, and life, sensing this expectation, begins offering him more. This is not mere chance. It is the resonance between inner belief and outer opportunity. When belief rises, opportunity answers, for the two are joined by unseen yet irrevocable law. Consider how a craftsman shapes wood. He begins with the inner vision of what the final piece shall become. Without such vision, the wood remains unformed. Likewise, your mind is shaping you according to the vision you allow it to hold. Permit it to hold a greater one, and your life will gradually adopt the form of that vision. Let another idea settle. I carry myself as one destined for abundance. This is not arrogance. It is alignment with the truth that your potential is greater than your past. When the subconscious hears this idea repeatedly, it begins to guide your movements, your tone, your posture, and your judgments to match it. As your self-image strengthens, indecision weakens. A man uncertain of himself becomes uncertain of every choice. But a man certain of his own worth finds clarity with greater ease. He trusts his mind, his direction, and the quiet guidance of his deeper faculties. Such trust becomes the foundation upon which abundance rests. Allow the night to refine this new image. The subconscious works with remarkable speed when the conscious mind is quiet. It arranges impressions, strengthens useful ideas, and dissolves those that no longer serve your advancement. Your task is simply to welcome the impressions that speak of growth. In time, you will rise from your rest with a new bearing. It may not be dramatic, but it will be noticeable. You will stand a little straighter. You will speak a little clearer. You will feel a stronger sense of belonging in the life you seek to create. These subtle signs reveal that the deeper mind now recognizes you as capable of abundance. The man who expands inwardly cannot remain small outwardly. His actions will rise to match his identity. His opportunities will widen. His circle of influence will grow. And as others observe his transformation, they will respond with confidence in him, opening doors that once remained closed. Rest now in the assurance that this inner enlargement is underway. The subconscious, diligent and tireless, continues shaping the image that will direct your future. You are becoming the individual your potential always intended. And abundance, seeing this new image, begins its approach. Habits rule the destiny of every man, though few recognize the quiet force with which they operate. A habit is merely a repeated impression that has taken root in the subconscious and now directs action without effort. Most individuals allow circumstances to form their habits, yet the man who seeks abundance must learn to form his habits with intention. Tonight you begin shaping habits that support increase rather than diminish it. Every action you take springs from an inner pattern. When the pattern is small, actions are small. When the pattern is enlarged, actions expand to match. This is why the impressions you accept at night hold such power. They sink beneath awareness and begin shaping the very patterns from which your daily conduct arises. What you repeat becomes familiar, and what becomes familiar becomes habitual. A man seldom realizes how many habits he performs without thinking. He hesitates automatically because he has practiced hesitation. He doubts automatically because he has practiced doubt. He prepares for disappointment because he has rehearsed that emotion more than hope. These habits are not moral failings. They are simply the results of repeated impressions. And what was repeated can be replaced. When abundance becomes the idea most often impressed upon the deeper mind, it too becomes habitual. You begin meeting life not with suspicion but with readiness. You expect openings. You expect improvement. You expect progress. And because the subconscious accepts expectation as instruction, it guides your conduct toward the very circumstances that fulfill that expectation. Let a quiet phrase settle within you. Every night strengthens my habits of increase. This phrase speaks directly to the deeper mind, assuring it that these impressions are to become automatic patterns. The subconscious delights in routine. Once it understands that increase is to be repeated, it begins weaving the idea into your daily manner of thought, decision, and action. Consider the life of Andrew Carnegie once more. Before he commanded vast enterprises, he cultivated habits of generosity, gratitude, and calm. These habits prepared him to receive responsibility. They were not formed in moments of urgency, but through small, repeated acts. He allowed himself to become the kind of man who could hold abundance without fear. In the same way, you are training yourself to receive more by becoming more. Your habits will not change through force. They will change through repetition delivered without strain. Each night you give the subconscious another stroke of instruction, another drop of impression, another reminder of the identity you are forming. Over time, these drops fill the inner reservoir until the old habits wither from neglect and the new ones flourish from care. There is a common belief that habits require extraordinary willpower to establish. Yet willpower is a poor tool for deep change. Willpower operates in the conscious mind, and the conscious mind grows weary. But repetition delivered in a calm state operates in the subconscious, and the subconscious never tires. It receives and remembers. It adopts and repeats. It becomes the silent engine of your future actions. Imagine your mind as a great workshop where unseen craftsmen labor. Each impression you offer becomes a tool placed in their hands. If you offer impressions of fear, they fashion small plans. If you offer impressions of growth, they build larger designs. Tonight, you hand them the tools of abundance. They accept these tools gladly, for they are built to follow your instruction. In days to come, you may find yourself acting with surprising precision. You may feel compelled to complete tasks that once you avoided. You may find persistence rising within you even when obstacles appear. These shifts are signs that the subconscious has begun to shape new habits. You are becoming internally disciplined, not through force, but through alignment. Observe how tasks that once required effort now seem easier. This is not because the tasks have changed, but because the habits supporting them have grown stronger. A man spends far less energy maintaining momentum than he does initiating it. Once abundance becomes habitual, your efforts compound rather than scatter. Others will notice your consistency. They may observe that you follow through more readily, speak more decisively, or demonstrate greater reliability. Such changes are the outward expressions of inward habits. People trust those who are steady. They respect those who are consistent. And trust and respect are often the gateways to opportunity. Let another inner truth settle. What I repeat becomes who I am. This truth is the essence of all habit formation. A man becomes courageous by repeatedly acting with courage. He becomes capable by repeatedly engaging his abilities. In the same manner, he becomes abundant by repeatedly accepting thoughts of increase. These impressions are forming the character that supports abundance. Your subconscious mind holds no loyalty to your past habits. It adapts readily to new commands when they are repeated with calm intention. It releases the old when they are no longer nourished. Tonight you nourish habits that lead to expansion. You starve the habits that once kept you small. This shift does not need to be dramatic. It only needs to be consistent. Think now of a great wheel beginning to turn. At first, the effort seems slow, but with each push, the wheel gains speed. Eventually, it moves on its own momentum. Your habits are such a wheel. At first, the new impressions require attention. Yet, with repetition, they become self-sustaining. They guide you naturally toward the life you seek. As you continue receiving these impressions, the subconscious begins to weave abundance into the fabric of your identity. It strengthens your belief in yourself. It improves your willingness to act. It heightens your attention to opportunity. These qualities, once formed into habit, become the foundation of achievement. Let another gentle phrase form. My habits now align with my highest aims. By accepting this thought, you instruct the subconscious to remove any inner contradiction. It begins shaping your behavior so that your actions rise to meet your aspirations. What once felt out of reach gradually becomes familiar. Habit is destiny's quiet assistant. It guides your footsteps long before you realize where they are carrying you. It influences your tone, your decisions, your timing, your perception. As your habits shift toward abundance, you begin attracting the conditions that match them. This is not magic. It is the natural correspondence between inner pattern and outer circumstance. Observe how your mind feels steadier now. The impressions of abundance have softened the edges of old doubts. The subconscious is beginning to interpret these impressions as instructions. It will carry them into your days even when you are no longer aware of them. They will rise in moments of indecision, guiding you toward the course that supports your advancement. In time, you will find that the habits forming within you have replaced hesitation with readiness. Instead of doubting, you will decide. Instead of fearing, you will act. Instead of withdrawing, you will advance. These are the habits of men who succeed, not through extraordinary talent, but through disciplined thought. As the night deepens, your deeper mind continues absorbing these impressions. It arranges them, strengthens them, and begins constructing new responses based on them. This inner work continues unseen, but its results will appear plainly. You will feel them in the ease with which you begin tasks, the steadiness with which you complete them, and the confidence with which you approach opportunity. A man's future is written not in the dreams he entertains, but in the habits he forms. Tonight you are forming habits of increase. These habits will carry you forward even when motivation falters. They will sustain you through challenge. They will attract the people and conditions aligned with your growth. They will become the quiet machinery of your rise. Rest now in the assurance that the habits of abundance are taking root in you. The subconscious, devoted and tireless, continues its work long after thought has grown silent. Each night strengthens the pattern. Each pattern strengthens the man. And the man strengthened becomes the instrument through which abundance reveals itself. Opportunity is not a rare visitor. It appears continually, yet only the prepared mind recognizes its form. Most individuals imagine opportunity as a grand event, yet it often arrives disguised as simple circumstance, quiet suggestion, or a chance encounter. The man unprepared overlooks these signs, but the man whose mind expects abundance sees meaning where others see nothing. Tonight you prepare to become such a man. There is within every person a faculty that draws to him the conditions he is ready to use. This faculty is not mystical. It is the natural response of the subconscious to expectation. When you hold a clear inner pattern of increase, your mind becomes magnetized to the people, ideas, and occasions that advance your aims. You attract not by force, but by resonance, much as a tuning fork vibrates when struck by a similar tone. Your habits of thought determine the signals you send into the world. A man who habitually entertains doubt sends out a signal that repels opportunity, for doubt clouds judgment. But a man who repeats impressions of abundance begins to radiate readiness. Those around him sense his steadiness, and new conditions gravitate toward him. The subconscious arranges attention so that he sees what others miss. Let a quiet truth settle within you. Every day brings openings suited to me. This statement instructs the deeper mind to search continually for the events that match your advancement. The subconscious is tireless in fulfilling its given tasks. Offer it an impression of readiness, and it will begin directing your perception toward possibilities that once passed unnoticed. Consider the stories I gathered from men who rose from obscurity to prominence. They did not receive more opportunity than others. They simply recognized opportunity where others saw inconvenience. When a door closed, they searched for a window. When difficulty appeared, they examined it for hidden advantage. This habit of recognition is cultivated through repeated suggestion. Opportunity often appears small at first. It may resemble extra responsibility, a minor request, or a subtle shift in circumstance. Yet small beginnings frequently lead to great advancement when met with readiness. The man magnetized to opportunity does not ignore small openings. He understands that growth seldom arrives fully formed. It begins with a whisper. As your subconscious strengthens its expectation of abundance, your attention sharpens. You begin noticing the slight turn of conditions, the unspoken invitation, the emerging path. These details are invisible to the untrained mind, yet clear to the prepared one. Abundance flows to those who see its earliest signs. By seeing them sooner, you act sooner, and thus receive sooner. Others will observe your increased discernment. They may remark that you seem to know what to do at the right moment. They will perceive that your timing has improved, your judgment has sharpened, and your decisions carry greater weight. This is the influence of mental magnetism, which draws to the mind the precise information needed at the proper time. Let another impression settle softly. I am drawn toward the right ideas, and the right ideas are drawn toward me. This thought creates a mental current that guides you toward useful direction. You no longer wander aimlessly. You move with a sense of quiet certainty, as though accompanied by unseen guidance. This certainty is not imaginary. It is the result of the subconscious organizing information in your favor. A man magnetized to opportunity becomes attentive without being anxious. He watches conditions, but he does not strain. He listens for direction, but he does not hurry. He acts when the moment is ripe, and because he acts without hesitation, his results appear timely and fortunate. Yet fortune is not accident. It is the outcome of inward readiness meeting outward circumstance. Think of opportunity as a bird that lands only upon the hand that is still. A mind troubled by fear or impatience cannot remain still, and the bird flies away unnoticed. But a calm mind becomes a resting place for opportunity. You cultivate this calm each night. The subconscious, learning this rhythm, continues it through the day, guiding your demeanor into the very state that attracts favorable conditions. You may be accustomed to thinking that opportunity must be pursued. Yet many forms of opportunity come toward the man who prepares himself inwardly. People bring him suggestions, circumstances align in his favor, paths open that once seemed closed. He becomes a point of attraction, not because he demands attention, but because his inner climate radiates confidence and purpose. Consider how a compass needle swings toward the north. It does not reach the north by force, but by the invisible pull of alignment. In the same manner, when your thoughts align with abundance, you swing naturally toward the opportunities that serve your advancement. You need not control this movement. You simply allow alignment to take place. Your subconscious mind now gathers every impression of readiness. It interprets these impressions as instruction to notice what others ignore. This heightened perception sharpens your instincts. It allows you to anticipate change rather than react to it. And anticipation is one of the most valuable qualities a man may develop, for it places him ahead of conditions rather than subject to them. Let another phrase take root. I welcome the opportunities that are seeking me. This idea invites the subconscious to prepare you for favorable conditions. When the deeper mind believes that opportunity seeks you, it begins arranging your thoughts so that you act in harmony with that belief. You carry yourself as one who belongs among fortunate circumstances. In time, you will feel an increasing sense of direction. You may not know every step, but you will sense which paths hold promise. This intuitive knowing arises from the subconscious connecting impressions, memories, and observations faster than the conscious mind can analyze them. It appears as instinct, but it is trained instinct, an instinct shaped by repeated suggestion. Observe now how your mind feels more open. The impressions of abundance have removed the narrowness that once restricted your perception. You are becoming receptive to new ideas, new methods, new relationships. Opportunity seldom enters through a closed mind. It enters where openness makes room for it. As your openness increases, so does your magnetism. People are drawn to individuals who radiate confidence and clarity. They offer cooperation more readily. They share information more freely. They extend invitations that may lead to advancement. In this way, your thoughts shape your environment, and your environment shapes your results. A man who carries scarcity in his mind repels opportunity, for opportunity requires a vessel capable of receiving it. But a man who carries abundance in his mind draws opportunity, for his attitude assures others that their contributions will be well used. You are becoming such a vessel. You are becoming ready. Think of opportunity not as a single event, but as a continuous stream. This stream flows past every individual, but only those prepared to dip their hands into it truly benefit. You prepare yourself by shaping your inner pattern through these nightly impressions. Your mind, gently instructed, becomes tuned to the frequency of opportunity. Let another statement settle. My mind recognizes value at once. This trains the subconscious to differentiate between fruitful and fruitless paths. It refines your discernment so that you waste less time on pursuits that cannot prosper. Discernment is one of the greatest forms of magnetism, for it directs your energy with precision. In coming days, you may find coincidences increasing. Someone mentions a need you are prepared to fill. A chance encounter links you to a resource you require. A thought arises at the exact moment you need it. These are not accidents. They are manifestations of alignment, your inner readiness drawing outer events into harmonious sequence. The man magnetized to opportunity does not fear change, for he understands that change often carries advancement. He welcomes it, he studies it, he adapts to it, and because he adapts quickly, he progresses swiftly. In this adaptability lies one of the greatest secrets of achievement. As sleep approaches, your subconscious continues absorbing these impressions. It interprets them as enduring instruction, setting in motion a new pattern of perception. You will wake with clearer sight, sharper instincts, and a deeper sense of readiness. You will meet the day as one who expects to find opportunity, and the day, sensing that expectation, will not disappoint you. Rest in the assurance that you are becoming a magnet for the very conditions that support your highest aims. Opportunity moves toward those who prepare inwardly. You are preparing now. And as this preparation strengthens, opportunity will reveal itself with increasing frequency, clarity, and generosity. Abundance is not a condition one reaches by accident, nor is it a treasure bestowed suddenly upon the fortunate. It is a state of inner order, a climate of thought, a way of meeting life with calm assurance. A man may acquire wealth for a moment by chance, but he will not keep it unless he embodies the mental traits that sustain it. Your nights have been shaping these traits, and now they begin expressing themselves in your manner of living. There is a point at which impressions of abundance cease to be suggestions and become identity. At first, the mind receives these ideas as visitors. In time, it adopts them as residents. When the deeper mind recognizes abundance as natural, the outer world begins reflecting that truth. You are approaching this point where abundance no longer feels distant but familiar. A man cannot convincingly walk the path of abundance while inwardly rehearsing scarcity. But once he embodies the feeling of sufficiency, his actions, tone, posture, and decisions all align in quiet harmony. He ceases chasing outcomes and begins attracting them. He no longer strains to prove his worth, for he carries the inner knowledge that worth is already present. People often imagine abundance as the accumulation of things, yet the true mark of abundance is the absence of fear. Where fear remains, abundance cannot rest securely. But when fear dissolves, even the smallest opportunity grows. Your nights have been removing fear by replacing its old impressions with thoughts of readiness, safety, and increase. You are now becoming the individual who moves through life without the tension that once bound you. Let a simple truth settle. I carry the spirit of abundance wherever I go. This spirit does not depend upon circumstance. It draws its power from your inner climate. When you cultivate this climate, others feel it in your presence. They sense steadiness. They sense clarity. They sense direction. These qualities invite cooperation and open doors that remain shut to the uncertain. Consider the men of great accomplishment whose lives I studied. Each possessed an attitude of sufficiency long before their fortunes were secured. They believed themselves suited for responsibility. They walked as if increase followed them. This posture was not arrogance, but acceptance, acceptance of their capacity, their duty, and their rightful place among opportunities. When you embody abundance, you no longer hesitate to claim what aligns with your purpose. You no longer shrink from responsibility, for you understand that responsibility is simply opportunity clothed in duty. The man who avoids responsibility avoids advancement. The man who welcomes responsibility invites abundance. Your subconscious is now preparing you to welcome what once felt burdensome. You may begin noticing a quiet change in how you interact with others. You speak with more calm. You listen with greater clarity. You choose your words with intention rather than haste. This refinement is not forced. It arises naturally from the stability forming within you. People respond to this refinement instinctively. They trust it. They gravitate toward it. Abundance often reveals itself first through the quality of one's decisions. A decision made in fear restricts life. A decision made in confidence expands it. As the impressions of abundance continue settling into your deeper mind, your decisions will reflect greater courage. You will no longer deliberate endlessly. You will choose, act, and advance. Let another impression form. Increase is the natural expression of my life. This is not imagination. It is instruction. The subconscious thrives on such steady instruction, especially when given during moments of rest. As this idea repeats, your mind begins filtering out the unnecessary doubts that once clouded your judgment. It makes room for new ideas that support your advancement. When abundance becomes your inner climate, effort transforms into expression. You no longer push against resistance, you move with direction. You no longer feel as though you must earn every inch through struggle. Instead, you discover that your aligned thoughts produce smoother paths. This is not ease without work, but work without friction. Imagine a man walking with a lantern in darkness. At first, he sees only the next step. But as he grows calm and confident, the light seems to extend further. Nothing has changed except his inner state, yet his path grows clearer because his mind no longer trembles. In the same manner, your path becomes clearer when abundance becomes your inner light. Others will remark upon your transformation. They may say you seem more yourself than ever before. They may notice that you approach challenges with composure, that you engage opportunities with readiness, that you speak from a deeper place. These observations are reflections of an inner truth taking outward form. Abundance is not a product of chance, but of continual inward cultivation. Just as a garden requires tending, so does the inner soil from which your results grow. Your nightly impressions have prepared this soil. You have softened it with calm, enriched it with expectation, cleared it with order, and strengthened it with expanding identity. Now it bears the fruit of embodiment. Let another gentle thought settle within. I live each day as one entrusted with opportunity. This thought does not elevate you above others. It elevates you to your rightful place among those who understand that life responds most generously to the prepared mind. When the subconscious adopts this belief, your actions reflect increasing purpose. The man who embodies abundance does not rush, he does not cling, he does not fear the passing of time. His calm becomes a sign of inner security. He knows that opportunities will continue flowing toward him because he is becoming a magnet for them. This quiet assurance carries more influence than any outward display of confidence. Abundance expresses itself through your tone, your pace, your presence. It shows in the steady way you consider options, in the patience with which you build, in the courage with which you act, and in the gratitude you offer even before results appear. Gratitude especially is a powerful conductor of abundance. It signals the subconscious that increase is already underway. As the impressions of this night continue shaping your inner world, you may find that old habits of worry grow faint. You may discover that your attention naturally turns toward solutions rather than problems. You may feel a rising sense of belonging in the spaces where opportunity dwells. This is embodiment. It is the quiet adoption of a new form of being. Even in moments of challenge, you will feel steadier than before. You will recognize that challenge is often the final threshold before advancement. You will endure such thresholds with composure, knowing that abundance grows in the soil of persistence. The subconscious, trained by your nightly impressions, will support you through these moments. Let another inward affirmation be welcomed. I am prepared for the life I desire. This prepares the deeper mind to accept the responsibilities that accompany increase. A man who fears responsibility cannot hold abundance. But a man who accepts responsibility with calm strength becomes the guardian of his own prosperity. Your behavior will continue shifting in subtle ways. You will choose higher paths. You will adopt more disciplined habits. You will walk away from what diminishes you and toward what strengthens you. These shifts are not acts of willpower, but expressions of a mind that now expects and embodies abundance. As you drift closer to rest, your subconscious gathers these impressions like seeds. It arranges them into a pattern that will guide your conduct tomorrow, next week, and through the seasons ahead. You need not remember every phrase. The deeper mind remembers them for you. It stores them, nurtures them, and brings them to life. A man who embodies abundance becomes a beacon for others. They come to him not only for his skill, but for the steadiness they feel in his presence. He lifts others without effort because he has lifted himself. His progress encourages theirs. His composure strengthens theirs. This is one of the quiet rewards of embodiment. Rest now in the assurance that abundance is no longer merely an idea you entertain. It is becoming the atmosphere in which you think, act, and live. Your subconscious has accepted the impression. Your nights have shaped the pattern. Your days will soon reveal the result. You are no longer reaching for abundance, you are becoming its expression. You have come far in this quiet journey, farther than most men travel in years of striving. What has unfolded within you has not been loud, nor has it sought recognition, yet its influence grows with each passing night. Change that is lasting seldom announces itself with fanfare. It arrives quietly, settles deeply, and becomes part of the very structure of your thought. As these impressions continue shaping your inner world, you may sense a calm unfamiliar to your former self, a calm that does not waver when faced with uncertainty. Abundance begins as a whisper, not a command. It first touches the mind gently, then returns again with greater strength, and finally becomes the very tone of one's thoughts. You have permitted this whisper to enter. You have allowed it to repeat. And now it rises as a steady voice within you, an inner guide reminding you that nothing in your nature has ever been small, except the beliefs that once restricted you. Those beliefs are weakening. New ones are forming. Every night that you have listened, the subconscious has gathered impressions like seeds. Some have taken root already, while others rest quietly, waiting for their moment to unfold. Do not expect them all to rise at once. Growth seldom occurs in equal measure. Some habits change quickly, others gradually. Each impression works according to its own season, but all move in the direction of increase. It is important to understand that this inner work is not separate from your waking life. The changes forming in the deeper mind will reveal themselves in your choices, your actions, your tone, and your willingness to pursue new horizons. You may discover that hesitation grows faint, that doubt no longer holds its former influence, and that desires once postponed now appear possible. These signs confirm that the inner structure has begun changing. A man becomes new not by altering his surroundings, but by altering the beliefs that govern his perception. When these beliefs shift, the world he once knew appears transformed. Obstacles seem less imposing, opportunities seem more frequent, even the ordinary moments of his day feel charged with possibility. This transformation is not the product of chance, but of inner cultivation. There may come a day when you look back upon your former self with quiet astonishment, wondering how certain fears once held such weight. You may feel gratitude toward the man you were, for he carried you faithfully to this point despite his burdens. Yet you will recognize that he was not the final version of you. He was the foundation upon which you now build. If doubt should arise in the days ahead, remember that doubt is merely an old habit visiting a changed house. It may knock upon your door, but you are under no obligation to invite it inside. Each night you spend in this state strengthens the new structure, making the mind less hospitable to its former limitations. You are replacing old patterns, not through resistance, but through replacement, and replacement is the surest path to lasting change. Consider how water shapes stone. It does not succeed through force, but through persistence. It returns again and again, each touch altering the stone in ways too subtle for the eye to witness, yet too powerful for time to resist. In this same manner, the nightly impressions you have welcomed are reshaping the contours of your inner life. Their influence deepens quietly but permanently. In moments of silence during the day, you may sense a new presence within yourself, an inner steadiness, a quiet knowing, a sense of direction that was once obscured by noise. This presence is the voice of the deeper self, long overshadowed by the louder voices of fear and habit. Now that these voices have grown faint, the deeper self speaks with greater authority. It guides you toward what is aligned with your growth. There will be times when you feel ready to take steps you once avoided. These steps may not appear grand to others, but they will feel significant to you. Acting upon them signals the subconscious that the transformation is not merely internal, but now expresses itself outwardly. Each step reinforces the new pattern and weakens the old. The world does not change for a man until the man changes for the world. When you begin meeting life with calm confidence, life begins responding with opportunities suited to that confidence. The man ruled by fear attracts confusion. The man governed by clarity attracts progress. The difference lies not in the world, but in the mind perceiving it. Let a quiet truth settle. You are no longer struggling toward abundance, you are preparing to live from it. This distinction is profound. A man who struggles feels distant from his aim. A man who prepares feels aligned with it. Preparation signals readiness. Readiness attracts the very conditions that confirm it. In time, you will notice that the individuals around you treat you differently. They may show you greater trust, greater respect, or greater openness. They are responding not to something you have said, but to something you have become. People sense when a man has found his inner footing. They instinctively lean toward those who carry the tone of assurance. You may also begin noticing that your mind turns naturally toward solutions rather than limitations. When an obstacle arises, you will feel inclined to examine it for its hidden advantage. This inclination marks the beginning of a powerful shift, for every great fortune has been built upon the ability to find value where others saw only hardship. Do not underestimate the significance of small internal shifts. The smallest shift in thought can lead to the greatest shift in direction. If a man sailing across the sea adjusts his course merely a few degrees, he arrives at a different continent entirely. In the same way, your inner adjustments have begun steering you toward a future far brighter than the one you once anticipated. You may notice moments of sudden clarity, where decisions that once felt heavy now feel straightforward. These moments occur when the deeper mind lifts its guidance to the surface. Trust them. They are signs that your subconscious has begun working in harmony with your conscious aims. This unity of purpose is a rare and powerful force. There will come occasions when opportunity presents itself in subtle form. You will recognize these moments not because they are dramatic, but because something within you will feel prepared. That sense of readiness is the product of your nightly impressions. It is the subconscious revealing that the time has come to act. Let another statement settle softly within. I am aligned with the life that is rising before me. This alignment is not the result of wishful thinking, but of deliberate cultivation. You have prepared the soil. You have softened the mind. You have strengthened your identity. You have magnetized your attention. Now life responds in kind. As abundance begins expressing itself more clearly in your outer world, remain attentive to gratitude. Gratitude is the mind's acknowledgement of increase. It signals to the subconscious that you recognize the flow of opportunity and welcome its continuation. Gratitude strengthens the pattern of abundance as surely as repetition strengthens memory. You may find that the people in your life shift as you continue growing. Some will be drawn toward your expanding vision, while others may drift away. This is natural. A man rising in thought often rises in association. Those who share your direction will rise with you. Those who do not will gently fall aside. There is no need to force either outcome. A remarkable thing occurs as your self-image expands. You no longer feel threatened by uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, you begin seeing it as a field of possibility. This shift in perception marks the transformation from a life of reaction to a life of creation. You are stepping from the role of participant into the role of architect. In the nights ahead, continue offering the subconscious impressions of abundance. Even after outer results begin appearing, repetition remains essential, for habits grow strongest through maintenance. Just as a flame requires air, abundance requires reinforcement. Not forceful reinforcement, but rhythmic, gentle, consistent guidance. As you drift deeper into rest, know that the work now continues without your conscious participation. The subconscious has accepted the task. It has begun weaving your impressions into thought, thought into emotion, emotion into action, and action into circumstance. This quiet chain of creation moves steadily toward the life you are preparing to live. Your journey has not been one of striving, but one of surrender. Surrender not to weakness, but to the deeper intelligence within you. You have released strain. You have accepted alignment. You have allowed abundance to become familiar. These are the marks of transformation. They signal the emergence of a new self. Rest now with the assurance that abundance is no longer approaching. It is already forming around you. The soil is prepared. The seed is planted. The growth has begun. In the days ahead, you will witness the outward results of the inward work you have welcomed. And when they appear, they will feel natural, as though they were always meant to be. You are becoming the individual your potential has long awaited. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. Everything unfolds in its rightful time, shaped by the quiet labor of your deeper mind. Sleep now with the confidence that the work continues, and that you will rise already strengthened by what the night has given. Before any great transformation can take root, the mind must be trained to participate in its unfolding. This exercise is not performed with strain, nor with any need for haste. It is a quiet shaping of your inner nature, a deliberate turning of your attention toward the thoughts that support abundance. Every man who has risen above his former station has practiced such mental exercises, whether knowingly or unconsciously. Tonight you will perform them with purpose, allowing the subconscious to follow your lead. Begin by letting the breath fall into a gentle rhythm. Do not count it or manage it. Simply observe the natural rise and fall. As you do, imagine that each exhale releases a fragment of the burden you once carried. The weight of old impressions begins to loosen. The subconscious responds to this easing by opening itself, much like a door that has long been held closed. You are not forcing the door. You are inviting it to swing inward, allowing access to the deeper chambers where new ideas take root. As the breath steadies, bring to mind the feeling of sufficiency. Do not attempt to picture wealth or material things. Instead, summon the sensation of being amply supplied. This sensation may begin faintly, as a slight warmth in the chest or a settling of your thoughts. Let it grow naturally. The subconscious understands feeling more readily than imagery, and sufficiency is the soil in which abundance grows. You are shaping that soil now. Once the feeling settles, imagine a small circle of light in the center of your mind. This light represents your attention, your most powerful instrument of creation. Wherever your attention rests, your subconscious begins its work. Let the circle of light remain steady. This steadiness is the first step in training the mind to follow your direction rather than old habits. You are not chasing thoughts. You are establishing a center from which thought will move. Now, gently introduce a thought of increase. Let it be simple, such as the idea of progress or the idea of expansion. Do not force belief into this thought. Simply let it enter the circle of light, like a visitor stepping into a quiet room. Observe how the body reacts. Perhaps the breath deepens. Perhaps a sensation of openness appears around the chest or forehead. These sensations indicate that the subconscious has accepted the invitation. As you hold the thought of increase, imagine it growing warmer, more familiar. Do not decorate it with images or try to define its form. Let it remain pure, like an ember whose warmth spreads without effort. This ember begins to glow within the deeper mind. The subconscious, sensing its tone, prepares to act upon it long after you have moved into sleep. When the ember feels settled, shift your attention to the idea of worthiness not as a claim, but as a recognition. Many men fail because they believe progress belongs to others. But worthiness is not a matter of comparison. It is the quiet knowing that you are capable of holding greater responsibility, greater influence, and greater opportunity. Let this recognition form gently, like a truth rediscovered rather than newly created. Allow a phrase to rise within you. I am prepared for more. Speak it silently. The subconscious receives this phrase not as boast, but as orientation. It begins assembling attitudes that correspond with readiness. You may feel a slight upward lift in your posture or a tension releasing from the brow. These changes are signs that the phrase has reached the deeper levels of mind. Next, think of a small action you wish to take in the coming days, an action related to growth. It need not be dramatic. The purpose is not to set a grand goal, but to train the mind to respond to direction. Let the action appear in the circle of light. Observe its details calmly. See yourself beginning the action, carrying it out, completing it. The clearer you perceive the action, the more readily the subconscious will prepare you to perform it. After observing the action, gently release the image. Let it dissolve like mist. The subconscious continues working upon it even after the image fades. You need not hold it tightly. What is introduced clearly is remembered clearly. Now turn your attention to the idea of becoming. Becoming is the natural progression of a mind that receives new impressions. You are not trying to force change. You are allowing it. Let another phrase arise. I welcome the man I am becoming. Speak it inwardly. This phrase softens the resistance that often accompanies transformation. It assures the subconscious that the new identity forming within you is safe, familiar, and rightful. The deeper mind responds strongly to this assurance, and you may feel a gentle warmth along the spine or a quiet settling in the stomach. As the deeper mind absorbs this statement, imagine a path forming before you. The path is not detailed. It is simply a direction, a movement of your life toward greater expression of your abilities. You do not need to see its end. You need only recognize that the path exists and that you are walking it. Each step symbolizes a decision, a habit, a thought aligned with your expanding identity. Now allow your attention to shift inward once more. Picture the circle of light in your mind expanding gradually, like the widening glow of dawn. This expansion symbolizes your increasing capacity. As the light grows, imagine it touching the corners of your inner world that once held limitation. Wherever the light reaches, limitation dissolves, not by force, but by recognition of its falseness. At this stage of the exercise, introduce the idea of responsibility. Responsibility not as burden, but as gateway. Responsibility is the price of greater opportunity, and the man who avoids it avoids advancement. Let the phrase form, I accept responsibility for my growth. Speak it without hesitation. The subconscious hears acceptance as permission. Permission leads to expansion. Now, place your attention upon your breath once more. Notice how it has changed. The breath of a man embracing abundance is steady, measured, assured. You are training the nervous system to operate in harmony with your new impressions. As the body relaxes, the subconscious opens further, receiving each impression with greater ease. Next, Think of someone you admire for qualities of persistence, clarity, or achievement. Let their image appear gently. Do not compare yourself to them. Instead, recognize that the qualities you admire are seeds within yourself. The subconscious imitates what it reveres. By recognizing these qualities in another, you awaken them in yourself. Let another phrase arise: I possess these qualities. Speak it inwardly. As you do, picture the admired traits moving from the image into your own circle of light. They do not replace what you are. They strengthen what you already contain. Identity expands by addition, not subtraction. Now consider a challenge you once felt unable to overcome. Bring it into the circle of light, but view it now with the bearing of the man you are becoming. Notice how its size changes beneath your new perspective. Challenges shrink when confronted by expanded identity. They lose their power when the man facing them grows stronger. Release the challenge gently. Let it drift away like a leaf carried downstream. You do not need to resolve it now. You have already shifted the inner condition that made it formidable. The subconscious will continue its work, dissolving the emotional weight that once bound you to it. Direct your attention next to gratitude, not gratitude for possessions, but for capacity. Gratitude for the mind that can grow, the heart that can expand, the will that can strengthen. Gratitude turns the subconscious toward further increase, for it signals that the present state is fertile ground for more. Let this gratitude fill your inner world like a warm tide. Allow another phrase to rise: I am grateful for who I am becoming. This gratitude is not for a destination reached, but for the unfolding process. The subconscious thrives on appreciation. It increases whatever is acknowledged with sincerity. You are acknowledging the transformation already underway. Now, return once more to the circle of light. Imagine it pulsing gently, like a heartbeat. With each pulse, feel yourself becoming more aligned, more receptive, more grounded. This pulsing symbolizes your readiness to embody abundance not as an aim, but as a condition of thought. You are transforming not what you have, but who you are. At this point, allow your awareness to expand beyond your body. Feel the space around you soften. Imagine that this space responds to your inner climate, arranging itself to support your growth. This is symbolic, yet powerful. The subconscious interprets symbols as instruction. It begins preparing your circumstances to match your expanding identity. Let one final phrase arise: I move toward abundance, and abundance moves toward me. Let it settle. Let it echo. Let it become familiar. When a phrase becomes familiar, the subconscious begins acting upon it as if it were law. Tonight you are establishing such a law within yourself. As this exercise draws toward rest, know that nothing you have done has been wasted. Every impression has been stored, every phrase has been heard, every feeling of sufficiency has been accepted. Your deeper mind continues shaping your future even as your waking thoughts grow quiet. You have guided it wisely. Rest now in the assurance that this exercise has strengthened the foundation upon which abundance will be built. The man who practices such inner work becomes unstoppable, for he moves through life with unity of thought, clarity of purpose, and steadiness of spirit. You are becoming that man, and the life rising before you will reveal the proof. There comes a time at the end of every great undertaking when the mind looks back upon the path it has traveled and realizes that the greatest milestones were not the outward events, but the inward shifts that quietly altered the course of life. You have reached such a point now. The journey you have taken has not been one of outward struggle, but of gentle inward rearrangement. Each night has contributed a small but certain turning of your thoughts toward the direction of abundance. What has been planted has taken root, and what has taken root will soon bear its rightful fruit. You may not yet see the full scope of the transformation, for inner change grows much like a dawn, first a faint light upon the horizon, then a slow brightening, then a day that seems to appear all at once. Yet the process began long before the eye perceived it. In these quiet hours, the deeper mind has been reassembling the architecture of your character. The scaffolding of doubt has been taken down. The foundations of sufficiency have been laid. The frame of confidence has been built with steady hands. In the moments to come, your life will begin responding to this new architecture. Conditions will shift, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically. Opportunities will arise that match the identity you have been forming. People will notice qualities in you that were not visible before. This is not because the outer world has changed suddenly, but because the inner world you carry into it has grown stronger, clearer, more aligned with increase. Abundance does not force itself upon a man. It responds to the signals he sends through his thoughts and attitudes. Your signals have changed. You no longer radiate the uncertainty that once held your progress at bay. You now express the quiet conviction of one who trusts his own growth. This conviction is felt by others. It influences their decisions in your favor. It shapes the circumstances through which your future unfolds. The man you are becoming carries himself with a steadiness that cannot be feigned. It is not the confidence of pride, but the assurance of alignment. It is the calm tone of one who knows his thoughts, habits, and identity are pointing toward a destination that he is fully prepared to reach. This assurance changes the very way you walk through the world. Others may remark that you seem lighter, clearer, more composed, but they will not know the hours of inward cultivation that produced such effortless grace. There may be moments in the days ahead when old patterns attempt to return, not because they hold power, but because habit moves by momentum. If such moments arise, do not regard them as failure. They are reminders of a former self that is fading. Simply return to the impressions you have cultivated. Allow the new pattern to take its rightful place. The subconscious always adopts the pattern that is repeated most frequently and with the greatest calm. As you continue forward, you will notice that desire and action begin to operate in harmony. You will no longer feel torn between aims and doubts, nor between intentions and hesitation. What you desire will feel attainable, and what feels attainable will naturally invite action. This unity between desire and action is one of the clearest signs that a man has entered the state of abundance. Let a simple inward truth form gently. You are not waiting for life to give you permission. The permission has already been granted by the shifting of your inner beliefs. The deeper mind now treats abundance as familiar. Familiarity leads to acceptance, and acceptance leads to expression. You are preparing to express abundance in the very way you think, speak, work, and choose. When a man becomes aligned with abundance, he no longer measures himself by his past difficulties. He measures himself by his present direction. The past no longer serves as a chain, but as a foundation, useful, solid, but no longer confining. You may look back and see the man you once were, but you will do so with compassion, not regret. He led you to this point. Now you carry forward the version of yourself that is capable of far greater things. There will come occasions when circumstances test the stability of your new inner pattern. These tests are not punishments. They are invitations. They allow you to demonstrate the strength of your new identity. The man who remains calm in difficulty proves to himself that he can weather change without losing direction. Such proof deepens confidence, and confidence deepens abundance. Whenever doubt appears, remind yourself gently that doubt is merely a habit of thought that has lost its authority. You have outgrown it. The subconscious recognizes this truth even when the conscious mind forgets it for a moment. What matters most is not the absence of doubt, but the presence of direction. And your direction is firmly set toward increase. Think now of the individuals who rise in times of uncertainty. They are not the loudest nor the most forceful, but the most centered. They possess a calm that others instinctively follow. This calm is the result of inner order and expanded identity. You are cultivating this same center. Soon you will find that others look to you for guidance, precisely because you have learned to guide yourself. Let another quiet phrase settle within. I meet life as one prepared for its gifts. When the subconscious hears this truth repeatedly, it adjusts your perceptions so that you approach each day with expectancy rather than caution. Expectancy does not demand, it welcomes. and what is welcomed arrives more readily than what is chased. As your expectancy strengthens, so does your willingness to take steps that support your growth. You will find yourself acting with greater decisiveness, not rushed but certain. The man who trusts his own direction does not move hesitantly. He moves with the calm rhythm of one who knows that each step, however small, is part of a larger unfolding. Your nights have prepared you for such unfolding. They have softened the inner soil, strengthened your identity, shaped your habits, and attuned your perception to opportunity. You now stand ready to receive the tangible results of this invisible work. The outward manifestations of abundance follow only after the inward foundation has been laid. Yours has been laid with care. The deeper wisdom within you now understands abundance not as something elusive, but as something in harmony with your nature. You are no longer attempting to acquire abundance. You are preparing to express it. This shift transforms striving into fulfillment. It allows you to meet life with the dignity of one who recognizes his own potential. Take a moment to acknowledge the journey you have taken. You have learned to release strain, to quiet the noise of old fears, to shape your thoughts with intention, and to accept a larger image of yourself. You have practiced readiness, openness, and trust. These qualities are not temporary states. They are the building blocks of a new character. In the days ahead, you may find yourself surprised by moments of unexpected clarity. Ideas may come to you without effort. Solutions may arise from silence. People may appear who offer guidance or connection. This is the natural consequence of alignment. When the subconscious and conscious mind move together, life moves with them. Let another gentle statement form. My life now reflects the abundance within me. This reflection may appear slowly or swiftly, but it will appear. The mind that expects abundance walks differently, speaks differently, and listens differently. These differences create ripples in the world around you. The world responds accordingly. As you continue forward, remember that abundance is not a place you arrive at. It is a condition you embody. It is the quiet recognition that you are capable of meeting life with courage, wisdom, and persistence. When you embody abundance, external results become natural extensions of your inner state. Tonight, as you rest, allow the subconscious to continue its work. It arranges impressions, strengthens new beliefs, dissolves old ones, and prepares you for the days ahead. You need not interfere. Trust the process that has already proven itself within you. Trust the direction you have chosen. You have stepped onto a path that many desire but few pursue with consistency. You have cultivated the quiet forces that govern all outward success. You have allowed the deeper mind to become your ally rather than your adversary. These qualities mark the beginning of a new era in your life, one shaped not by chance but by conscious creation. In the final moments of this night, let a final truth settle into the deepest part of your mind. You are worthy of the life that is rising to meet you. Worthiness is not granted. It is recognized, and you have recognized it. This recognition is the key that unlocks the next chapter of your growth. Rest now. The work continues in silence. The man you are becoming continues to strengthen. And abundance, drawn by the signal you now radiate, begins its steady approach. Nothing more is required. You have planted. You have prepared. You will receive. There is a force shaping your life every second of every day, quiet, unseen, relentless. It is not your habits, not your opportunities, not your circumstances. It is the thoughts you repeat without noticing. Tonight, we will replace every negative thought that has been sabotaging your wealth. You may not understand yet how destructive a single negative thought can be. It plants doubt. It weakens conviction. It shortens your vision. It turns opportunities into threats. And worst of all, it repeats itself until the repetition becomes identity. Many men fail not from lack of talent, but from the poison of unnoticed inner dialogue. Tonight, that poison leaves your mind. Autosuggestion is the invisible architect of destiny. Whether you use it consciously or unconsciously, it is working. Every fear you repeated became a feeling. Every hesitation you rehearsed became a habit. Every limiting belief you allowed became a wall in your life. But autosuggestion has no loyalty. It obeys whichever voice you feed. Tonight, you will feed it wealth. Pause for a moment and think of the thoughts you've carried all year. I don't have enough. I always fall behind. Someone else gets the opportunities. I'm trying, but nothing moves. These thoughts were not observations, they were instructions. Instructions your subconscious followed like law, and your life bent around those instructions accordingly. But a new law begins tonight. Imagine falling asleep with the emotional certainty that every negative thought you once obeyed is now losing its power. Imagine waking tomorrow with the strange but unmistakable feeling that something in your mind has been replaced. Your inner dialogue softens, your self-doubt weakens, your financial fear feels distant. This is not a fantasy. This is the direct result of subconscious reconditioning. Autosuggestion can rebuild your entire life from the inside outward, but before it can rebuild, it must remove. Negative thoughts often disguise themselves as realistic concerns. They pretend to protect you. They whisper, "Be careful," when they really mean stay small. They say, "You don't know enough," when they really mean, "Don't even try." Their goal is survival, not your success. Tonight, they lose their place in your mind. Let me give you a micro scene. It's morning, sun coming through the curtain. You check your bank account, something that once triggered fear. But today, the feeling is different. Calm, steady, confident. You sense your financial future expanding instead of collapsing. That shift didn't happen from logic. It happened from autosuggestion. When you change the inner voice, you change the outer life. The wealthy do not think in neutral. They think in direction. They think in purpose. They think in certainty. And these thought patterns are not accidents. They are trained through repetition, through emotion, through autosuggestion powerful enough to overpower the old identity. Tonight, you will hear autosuggestions crafted to dominate doubt, weaken fear, override scarcity, and install a wealth identity so strong that negative thoughts cannot survive beside it. But I must warn you, if you listen passively, nothing changes. Autosuggestion requires one thing: complete emotional openness, not effort, not strain, openness, a willingness to let old beliefs die and new beliefs enter. Let that willingness rise now. You have carried negative financial thoughts that came from moments of failure, rejection, struggle. You accepted them as truth when they were only temporary experiences. Yet the subconscious does not know the difference. It obeys whatever is repeated with the strongest emotion. Tonight, you will reverse the emotional hierarchy. Wealth-based thoughts will take priority. Fear-based thoughts will dissolve, and your subconscious will begin obeying abundance instead of limitation. Imagine a version of yourself 30 days from now, thinking boldly, acting decisively, trusting your ability to create wealth. People notice your tone, your presence, your clarity. Opportunities respond faster. Money flows more easily. Decisions feel lighter. This version of you is simply the result of autosuggestion done correctly. Negative thinking has cost you time, opportunities, relationships, confidence, and peace. But the mind that created those losses is not the mind you fall asleep with tonight. Tonight, you create the mental environment in which wealth grows effortlessly. As your body relaxes, your subconscious becomes receptive. This is the moment where transformation becomes possible. While your conscious mind sleeps, your deeper mind will be flooded with new commands. I am capable of creating wealth. Money responds to my decisiveness. My thoughts lead my results. I act with confidence. I rise quickly. I expect abundance. I replace doubt with power. I am becoming wealthy by identity, not hope. These are not affirmations. They are instructions. They are blueprints. They are laws your subconscious will begin enforcing. Let me take you into another future moment. You are sitting in front of an opportunity, one you would have avoided months ago because of fear. But this time, hesitation never arrives. You feel certainty. You take action. And that action changes your life's trajectory. This is autosuggestion at work. People misunderstand wealth as something external, money, deals, luck, timing, but the truth is painfully simple. Wealth is built in the 6 inches between your ears. If the mind is aligned, wealth arrives. If the mind is conflicted, wealth avoids you. Tonight, alignment begins. Let your breath deepen. Let your shoulders drop. Let the noise in your mind fade. You are entering the state where negative thoughts can be uprooted and replaced with the thought patterns of the Fas, wealthy. During these 5 hours, your subconscious will rehearse abundance until it feels natural. It will rehearse confidence until it feels automatic. It will rehearse opportunity until opportunity begins appearing everywhere you turn. Your old identity is fading with every breath. Your new identity is forming with every word. And when you wake, you will not feel motivated, motivation fades. You will feel different, steadier, clearer, more capable, more certain. This is the sign that autosuggestion has taken root. Negative thoughts will attempt to return, but they will sound unfamiliar, weaker, less convincing, as if they no longer belong to you, because they don't. You are replacing every negative thought that once controlled you. You are creating the internal condition required for wealth. You are becoming the person your future demands. Sleep now, let the suggestions enter and rise with a mind capable of creating anything you desire. There is a silent force at work within every mind, shaping conduct, directing choice, and determining outcome long before action begins. This force does not announce itself. It does not argue. It simply repeats what it has been given and makes that repetition law. Most men live under its direction without ever knowing its name. I discovered long ago that no man controls his destiny until he controls the thoughts he allows to pass repeatedly through his mind. A single thought, entertained once, has little power, but a thought returned to again and again gains momentum, then authority, and finally command. It becomes a habit of thinking, and habits govern conduct. Negative thoughts do not ruin lives because they are strong. They ruin lives because they are repeated. The mind does not measure truth. It measures frequency. Whatever is impressed most often becomes accepted as reality, whether it serves or destroys the one who thinks it. Many men believe their circumstances are responsible for their condition. In truth, circumstances are shaped by the mental instructions issued long before results appear. Poverty, limitation, and fear are not conditions of chance. They are conditions of thought held long enough to harden into form. I have known men of talent, education, and opportunity who failed utterly because they permitted thoughts of doubt and inadequacy to repeat unchecked. I have also known men of modest beginnings who rose to great achievement because they disciplined the thoughts they allowed to settle into habit. Autosuggestion is not something one begins to use. It is something one either directs or suffers. Every inner conversation, every repeated fear, every statement of limitation spoken inwardly is an instruction delivered to the deeper mind. That mind obeys faithfully and without question. The subconscious does not reject harmful orders. It does not protect its owner from careless thinking. It acts upon what it receives. This is why men often sabotage themselves while believing they are being realistic, cautious, or humble. When a man repeatedly tells himself that he does not have enough, that he is always behind, that opportunity belongs to others. His subconscious accepts these statements as commands. It then organizes perception, behavior, and decision to fulfill those commands. This process is exact. It does not miss. It does not forget. It operates whether one understands it or not. Autosuggestion is the most powerful force shaping human destiny because it never rests. Men who achieve wealth do not differ from others in intelligence alone. They differ in the direction of their repeated thought. They have learned, consciously or unconsciously, to feed their minds with thoughts of expectancy, sufficiency, and control. Such men do not deny difficulty. They simply refuse to rehearse defeat. They train their minds to look upon obstacles as temporary conditions rather than final verdicts. This training takes place not through effort, but through repetition. I have observed that the hours before sleep are the most important hours of instruction. At that time, the conscious mind relaxes its guard. The deeper mind becomes receptive. Thoughts impressed, then sink more deeply and remain longer. Many men fall asleep rehearsing their worries. They relive their failures. They repeat their fears. By morning, those thoughts have been accepted as guidance. The man awakens already defeated, not by circumstance, but by instruction. Tonight, that process is being reversed. You are not being asked to force belief. Force produces resistance. You are being invited to replace one set of instructions with another. Replacement is the only way habits are changed. Autosuggestion has no loyalty to poverty or wealth. It serves whichever master speaks most often. If fear has dominated your inner dialogue, fear has ruled your results. If confidence is given authority, confidence will shape your future. The mind obeys calm repetition more readily than emotional declaration. This is why frantic affirmations fail and quiet statements endure. The subconscious responds to certainty, not excitement. I have known men who transformed their entire financial condition by changing nothing outwardly at first. They altered only what they repeated inwardly during moments of rest. Their actions changed naturally. Their results followed in time. Others noticed the change before money appeared. They sensed steadiness. They sensed clarity. They sensed confidence that did not require explanation. This quiet change invited trust, and trust opened doors. Men respond instinctively to the mental condition of others. They trust those who appear sure of their direction. They hesitate with those who broadcast doubt through tone, posture, and indecision. Autosuggestion shapes this broadcast. When the mind is trained to expect progress, the body moves differently. Speech changes, choices sharpen, persistence strengthens. These changes are subtle, yet they alter the course of events. Many men attempt to change their lives through action alone. Action without aligned thought produces struggle. Thought aligned through repetition produces action that feels natural rather than forced. The greatest enemy of success is not failure, but negative self-instruction left unchallenged. A man may recover from failure quickly if his thoughts remain constructive. He rarely recovers when failure becomes part of his inner language. I have often said that every adversity carries the seed of an equivalent benefit. That seed can only be found by a mind trained to look for it. Autosuggestion determines whether that search occurs. As you rest now, the deeper mind listens. It does not analyze. It absorbs. This is the hour when new commands may be installed without conflict. The purpose of these hours is not to excite you, but to recondition you. Excitement fades. Conditioning remains. Conditioning shapes identity, and identity governs destiny. Wealth is not created by hope. It is created by expectation, trained into habit. Expectation directs behavior long after motivation fades. You may notice that as the body relaxes, the thoughts soften. This softness allows new ideas to enter without resistance. This is the condition in which the subconscious learns most readily. Negative thoughts thrive on tension. They weaken in calm. Calm is not weakness. It is authority. I want you to understand clearly that nothing is being taken from you. Old thoughts are not being fought. They are being starved. Attention withdrawn removes power. As new instructions repeat, old ones lose authority. The subconscious follows the strongest and most frequent voice. Men who have mastered this process often appear fortunate. Their fortune is not accidental. It is cultivated through disciplined repetition. They think in direction, not complaint. They think in opportunity, not shortage. They think in authority, not permission. Others sense this difference and respond accordingly. Opportunity flows toward those who appear prepared to receive it. Preparation is not outward. It is inward. As these ideas repeat, they begin to feel familiar. Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort removes resistance. Resistance removed allows action to flow. You are not required to remember these words. Memory is not the tool at work. Impression is. Impression shapes tendency. Tendency governs action. By morning, you may simply feel steadier. That steadiness is the sign that new instruction has been accepted. Autosuggestion works silently, steadily, and without announcement. Its effects are always visible in time. Tonight marks the beginning of new instruction. The old voice weakens as the new voice gains authority. This is how negative thought loses power. This is how wealth begins quietly, inwardly, lawfully. Rest now and allow repetition to continue. The deeper mind knows what to do. What is repeated here will shape tomorrow. Every mind lives upon a diet, just as surely as the body does. And just as the body grows strong or weak according to what it consumes, the mind grows capable or limited according to the thoughts it is fed repeatedly. Few men starve their bodies deliberately, yet millions starve their minds of constructive thought without realizing it. The mind does not feed upon ideas occasionally entertained. It feeds upon ideas habitually consumed. A hopeful thought taken once cannot overcome a fearful thought taken daily. The deeper mind accepts nourishment only from repetition, and it builds character from whatever is supplied most consistently. I have observed that men who live in limitation often consume mental food of the poorest quality. They rehearse loss, recall disappointment, and repeat stories of hardship until these impressions become familiar companions. Familiarity breeds acceptance, and acceptance shapes conduct. Negative thought does not weaken a man immediately. It weakens him gradually, the way poor nourishment weakens the body. At first, little seems amiss. Over time, confidence fades, judgment dulls, and opportunity appears threatening instead of promising. The wealthy man differs not because he never encounters discouragement, but because he refuses to feed upon it. He selects his inner diet deliberately. He does not deny hardship, yet he refuses to dwell upon it. Dwelling is feeding, and feeding determines growth. Many men believe their thoughts are reactions to life. In truth, their thoughts are rehearsals for tomorrow. The mind uses yesterday's repeated impressions to determine today's responses. This is why change must begin with what is allowed to remain. The deeper faculties do not distinguish between truth and falsehood. They respond only to frequency. Whatever is taken in repeatedly becomes substance from which habit is built. Habit then governs action automatically. I have known men who worked faithfully for years yet remained poor because they nourished their minds on thoughts of scarcity. When they changed their inner diet, effort began producing results with surprising ease. The work had always been sufficient. The nourishment had not. Men who prosper consistently guard their minds as carefully as they guard their money. They know that careless thinking is more costly than careless spending. One weak habit of thought can undo years of labor. The hours before sleep are the most critical hours of mental nourishment. At that time, the mind digests whatever it has consumed. Thoughts repeated then are absorbed more deeply and remain longer. Many men retire at night with minds full of complaint. They feed upon regret and fear just before rest. By morning, these impressions have settled into belief, guiding conduct without permission. Tonight, a different nourishment is being supplied. You are not asked to reject the past. You are asked to stop feeding upon it. What is no longer fed weakens and fades. What is supplied consistently grows. Constructive thought does not need to be dramatic. It needs to be steady. The mind prefers consistency to intensity. A calm statement repeated daily builds more strength than emotional declarations made once. Men who build wealth feed their minds with expectancy. They assume growth rather than shortage. This assumption directs attention toward opportunity instead of danger. Attention shapes perception, and perception shapes action. Others notice this difference. They see that such men do not panic at delay or shrink from responsibility. Their steadiness inspires confidence and invites cooperation. Mental nourishment determines emotional tone. When the mind feeds upon sufficiency, the emotions calm. Calm emotions support clear judgment. Clear judgment improves decision. Many men attempt to discipline their actions while allowing their thoughts to roam unchecked. This is like training the body while poisoning it. True discipline begins with nourishment. I have often said that thoughts mixed with emotion have the greatest influence upon the subconscious. This is why calm expectancy is so powerful. It carries quiet, emotional certainty without strain. As you rest now, the deeper mind receives nourishment without resistance. The body is relaxed. The will is quiet. The mind accepts what is offered repeatedly. Wealthy men do not dwell upon what they lack. Dwelling is feeding. They dwell upon what they intend to expand. Expansion follows attention as surely as growth follows nourishment. Others sense this inner condition. They respond differently. They offer opportunity more readily. They trust judgment more fully. These responses appear natural, yet they are caused by inner order. The mind grows accustomed to whatever it consumes. Scarcity repeated becomes familiar. Abundance repeated becomes familiar. Familiarity removes doubt. Many men fear abundance because it feels unfamiliar. They have fed their minds on limitation so long that sufficiency feels unnatural. Autosuggestion corrects this by gradual exposure. Night after night, constructive nourishment replaces harmful habit. Each repetition strengthens comfort with growth and weakens allegiance to lack. You may notice now that certain worries feel less compelling. This is not denial. It is replacement. Replacement is the only lasting method of change. I have known men who once feared opportunity because it demanded responsibility. When their inner nourishment changed, responsibility felt natural rather than threatening. Growth followed. The mind must be nourished with thoughts it can live with. Calm statements of sufficiency are accepted more readily than exaggerated claims. Truth grows stronger when it feels reasonable. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to expect progress. Expectation alters behavior quietly. Quiet behavior produces lasting results. Others may remark that you seem more composed. Composure is the outward sign of proper nourishment. The mind is no longer malnourished by fear. Mental nourishment also governs patience. Men fed upon anxiety rush prematurely. Men fed upon expectancy allow time to work in their favor. Time is the ally of those who do not starve their minds with doubt. As sleep deepens, the deeper faculties continue to digest what has been supplied. They strengthen useful impressions and discard those no longer reinforced. You are not required to supervise this process. Supervision introduces tension. Allow nourishment to do its work. I have long taught that riches respond to definite purpose supported by faith. Faith grows from nourishment. Nourishment grows from repetition. Each night spent feeding the mind with orderly thought builds strength that no outward circumstance can remove. By morning, the mind awakens prepared rather than anxious. Prepared minds recognize opportunity. Anxious minds overlook it. This is how men quietly separate themselves from the multitude, not by luck, but by diet, not by chance, but by choice. Rest now in this new nourishment. Let repetition continue calmly. What is fed will grow. The mind is learning to live on stronger substance. From that strength will come confidence, persistence, and wealth. Every man lives according to an agreement he has made with himself, though few remember when the agreement was signed. This agreement is not written in ink. It is written in repetition. What a man says inwardly, again and again, becomes the terms by which his conduct is governed. I have learned through long observation that the mind does not obey wishes, it obeys identity. When a man thinks of himself as capable, his actions follow that assumption. When he thinks of himself as limited, his actions protect that limitation faithfully. Autosuggestion is the means by which identity is rehearsed. Each repeated thought is a quiet declaration of who one believes himself to be. These declarations do not need witnesses. They do not require emotion. They require only consistency. Many men attempt to change their fortunes while clinging to the same inner portrait of themselves. They hope for results that their identity quietly refuses to permit. Hope without inner agreement is a weak ally. I have known men who possessed skill enough to command great reward, yet they accepted little because they had not rehearsed the identity of one who receives. Their minds were trained to give effort but resist reward. The wealthy man differs not in desire alone, but in self-agreement. He regards himself as one who creates value, and therefore receives value. This agreement shapes his choices long before money appears. Identity is not formed by a single decision. It is formed by daily rehearsal. Whatever role the mind plays repeatedly becomes familiar, then comfortable, and finally unquestioned. Night after night, men rehearse themselves as victims, as strugglers, or as capable builders. The role rehearsed most faithfully becomes the role enacted by habit. I have watched men change their lives by changing the character they played inwardly. When they ceased rehearsing weakness and began rehearsing authority, their conduct adjusted without force. Others sensed the change immediately. They noticed a firmer tone, steadier movement, and clearer judgment. These outward signs were merely reflections of inward agreement. The subconscious does not reason, it accepts. When a man repeats statements of capability calmly and without contradiction, the subconscious accepts them as truth and organizes behavior accordingly. This is why exaggerated claims fail. The mind resists what it cannot accept, but it welcomes statements that feel reasonable and familiar. Identity grows best when it grows naturally. Men who build lasting wealth do not see themselves as lucky. They see themselves as responsible. Responsibility is the natural companion of authority. Those who accept responsibility inwardly invite trust outwardly. I have often said that success is the result of faith applied. Faith, in this sense, is agreement between the conscious aim and the deeper mind. Agreement ends conflict. Conflict wastes energy. When identity is settled, effort becomes efficient. The mind no longer debates its right to succeed. It proceeds as though success were orderly and expected. Others respond to this expectation. They offer opportunity, cooperation, and trust. These responses are not favors. They are reactions to perceived readiness. Identity also governs how failure is interpreted. Men who rehearse inadequacy see failure as proof. Men who rehearse capability see failure as instruction. This single difference determines whether a man advances or retreats. Autosuggestion trains interpretation as surely as it trains action. What the mind expects, it explains everything to match. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a broader agreement. This agreement does not deny the past. It simply refuses to live there. Identity concerns what is being practiced now. Many men remain loyal to an old identity long after it has ceased to serve them. They repeat the same inner descriptions out of habit. Habit can be replaced only by new rehearsal. The purpose of these hours is rehearsal, not of fantasy, but of authority, not of escape, but of capability. Authority begins inwardly, before it is recognized outwardly. Men who accept this authority do not demand recognition. They attract it. Attraction is the result of alignment, not assertion. I have known men who spoke little yet influenced much. Their influence came from identity, not persuasion. Identity persuades without effort. The mind must know what role it is to play. Confusion produces hesitation. Agreement produces movement. Autosuggestion removes confusion by repetition. Each calm declaration of capability strengthens the inner agreement. Each repetition weakens old doubt by neglect. You may notice now that certain limiting thoughts feel less convincing. This is not struggle. It is transition. The mind is adopting a new standard. The standard of wealth is not excess. It is sufficiency. Sufficiency removes fear and steadies judgment. From sufficiency, expansion becomes possible. Identity also governs patience. Men who see themselves as builders are willing to allow time to work. Men who see themselves as strugglers demand immediate proof. Others sense this patience and trust it. Trust is extended to those who appear stable. Stability begins in identity. As sleep deepens, the deeper mind continues to accept the role being rehearsed. It does not question whether the role is deserved. It accepts repetition as authority. This is why inner rehearsal is so powerful. It bypasses argument and installs agreement quietly. I have often said that the mind must be convinced before results will appear. Conviction is not loud, it is settled. It does not plead for evidence. Men who have reached this settlement are rarely disturbed by delay. Delay does not contradict identity. It merely tests loyalty. Identity rehearsed consistently becomes character. Character governs destiny with certainty. You are not being asked to believe blindly. You are being allowed to grow familiar with a stronger self-image. Familiarity removes resistance. Others will soon notice that you stand more firmly in decision. This firmness is not stubbornness. It is clarity born of agreement. As this rehearsal continues, effort feels lighter. Doubt loses urgency. Direction feels natural. These are the signs that identity is taking root. Rest now in this agreement. Allow repetition to continue without supervision. The deeper mind is learning its role. What is rehearsed here will express itself tomorrow without command. Identity, once formed, works faithfully. Every mind obeys authority. If a man does not establish authority within himself, he will accept it from the outside without question. Doubt, fear, and the opinions of others rule only where inner command is absent. Autosuggestion is the means by which rightful authority is restored to its proper place. Most men believe their thoughts are free. In truth, their thoughts are governed by habits formed long ago. These habits speak with confidence because they have spoken often. Frequency creates authority. Whatever voice has spoken most consistently becomes the ruling voice. Fear gains its power not by truth but by repetition. It issues commands quietly, disguising them as caution or realism. Men obey without realizing they have submitted. Autosuggestion replaces this false authority with deliberate direction. I have observed that men who fail are often ruled by thoughts they never chose. These thoughts were borrowed from early experience, repeated by others, and accepted without examination. Once accepted, they issued orders that shaped conduct faithfully. Authority once surrendered is not regained by argument. The subconscious does not respond to debate. It responds to command delivered calmly and repeatedly. Autosuggestion is not persuasion, it is instruction. Men who rise above fear do so by installing a stronger inner voice. This voice does not shout, it does not threaten. It simply states what is to be done and repeats that instruction until obedience becomes habit. Others sense this change immediately. They observe that such men no longer seek reassurance. They act without apology. This manner inspires confidence, for authority recognized inwardly expresses itself outwardly. False authority weakens judgment. It causes men to hesitate, explain, and retreat. True authority simplifies thought. It clarifies direction and steadies action. Night is the hour when authority may be transferred most easily. As the body rests, resistance weakens. The mind becomes receptive. Commands given then are accepted without protest. Many men carry fear into rest, allowing it to issue instructions unchecked. By morning, fear has been reinforced. Autosuggestion reverses this by issuing calm, orderly commands in fear's place. The subconscious cannot serve two masters. When a new authority is installed consistently, the old one fades through neglect. Neglect removes power. I have known men who trembled at opportunity until they replaced fear's commands with statements of steadiness. Over time, fear lost its urgency. Action followed naturally. Authority also governs attention. The ruling voice decides what the mind notices and what it ignores. When fear rules, danger stands out. When order rules, opportunity becomes visible. Others respond to this shift. They offer trust to those who appear governed by inner order. Trust flows toward authority instinctively. Autosuggestion is the process by which inner government is established. It does not remove all difficulty. It removes confusion. Difficulty faced with authority strengthens rather than weakens character. Men ruled by doubt seek permission. Men ruled by authority grant themselves permission. This difference separates leaders from followers. As you rest now, the deeper mind is listening. It accepts calm instruction as law. Each repetition strengthens the new authority and weakens the old. You may notice that fear-based thoughts feel less convincing. This is not resistance. It is obedience transferring allegiance. I have often said that fear of criticism destroys initiative. Criticism holds power only where authority is lacking. Inner authority renders criticism harmless. Others sense when a man no longer lives for approval. They respect his independence, even if they do not agree with him. Authority also steadies emotion. Men governed by fear swing between hope and despair. Men governed by order remain even. Evenness preserves strength. Night after night, repetition establishes rule. Rule becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character governed by authority attracts opportunity without pursuit. Opportunity seeks those who appear capable of command. As sleep deepens, the subconscious accepts its new direction. It does not question whether authority is deserved. It obeys repetition. You are not required to fight fear. Fighting acknowledges its authority. Ignore it by replacing its voice. Replacement is the only lasting method of change. Others will notice that your tone has changed. Tone reveals authority more than words. Calm tone signals command. I have known men whose lives turned when they ceased asking whether they could succeed and began instructing themselves that they would proceed regardless. This instruction, repeated calmly, removed debate. Debate feeds doubt. Authority ends debate. Rest now in this transfer of command. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its duty. What has been installed here will govern action tomorrow without effort. Authority once accepted does not need reinforcement through strain. It governs silently. This is how fear is dethroned. This is how doubt loses command. Inner authority, once established, cannot be overthrown by circumstance. Sleep now under this new order. The work continues without awareness. What rules the mind, rules the life. There comes a moment in every man's advancement when thought must cease wandering and accept direction. Until that moment arrives, effort scatters, confidence wavers, and progress advances in uneven steps. This moment is decision not spoken loudly, but settled inwardly, beyond retreat. Most men mistake decision for impulse. They act quickly, yet remain undecided. True decision ends argument. It closes the door through which doubt repeatedly enters. Autosuggestion is the tool by which that door is shut and barred. I have observed that men who fail do so not from lack of desire, but from lack of finality. They hope, plan, and begin, yet they leave a hidden path of retreat within the mind. That path weakens every effort, because the subconscious knows escape remains possible. A mind that has not decided cannot persist. Persistence requires loyalty, and loyalty cannot exist where retreat is entertained. Autosuggestion removes retreat by repeating conclusion until it becomes law. Men of wealth are not those who never reconsider methods, but those who never reconsider purpose. They decide once and organize all thought around that decision. The subconscious responds to this order by directing effort efficiently. Others sense this quality quickly. They observe that such men do not revisit the same questions repeatedly. They do not explain their purpose. They proceed. This manner inspires trust, for trust rests upon certainty. Indecision is exhausting. It drains energy through endless reconsideration. Decision conserves energy by removing unnecessary thought. What remains is direction. Night is the hour when decision can be sealed most effectively. The conscious mind relaxes its defenses. The deeper mind accepts conclusions without protest. Repetition at this hour strengthens resolve beyond doubt. Many men carry unresolved questions into sleep. These questions multiply overnight. By morning, confusion governs conduct. Autosuggestion reverses this by delivering answers rather than questions. A decision calmly repeated becomes permanent. The subconscious accepts it as fact and organizes behavior accordingly. Action then follows naturally, without strain. I have known men whose fortunes changed the moment they decided what they would no longer tolerate. This decision was not dramatic, it was final. From that moment forward, their actions aligned with the new boundary. Others noticed the change. They sensed firmness where uncertainty once lived. This firmness attracted opportunity, for opportunity avoids the undecided. Decision also governs patience. Men who have decided do not rush results. They know direction has been chosen. Time becomes ally rather than enemy. Autosuggestion trains the mind to remain loyal to decision. Each repetition reinforces the boundary beyond which doubt no longer travels. You may notice now that old debates feel less urgent. This is not neglect. It is closure. Closure frees energy. Men who revisit decisions repeatedly weaken them each time. Men who repeat decisions strengthen them. The subconscious obeys repetition, not reasoning. Decision does not require complete knowledge. Waiting for certainty before deciding is the habit of drift. Certainty follows decision as surely as confidence follows competence. I have studied men who delayed action for years, waiting for conditions to improve. When they finally decided inwardly, conditions adjusted to meet them. Others will observe that you no longer ask permission inwardly or outwardly. Permission seeking is a sign of undecided purpose. Decision ends that habit. As sleep deepens, the mind accepts finality without resistance. What is accepted in this state becomes difficult to dislodge. You are not asked to force resolve. Force invites reaction. Allow repetition to build resolve naturally. What is built calmly endures. Decision, once sealed, guides attention. The mind notices what aligns with purpose and ignores what does not. This selection simplifies life. Men who possess this quality appear calm under pressure. Calm is not absence of difficulty. It is presence of decision. Others trust calm men with responsibility. Responsibility brings opportunity. Opportunity rewards decision. I have often said that riches respond to definiteness of purpose. Definiteness is decision reinforced by repetition. Each night spent reaffirming decision strengthens loyalty to it. Loyalty removes temptation to retreat. You may feel a sense of relief as indecision fades. Relief signals that energy once wasted is now conserved. Decision is not rigidity, it is commitment. Methods adjust, purpose remains. As this commitment settles, action feels easier. Persistence requires less effort. Doubt loses its voice. These are the signs that decision has been accepted by the deeper mind. Rest now in this finality. Let repetition continue without supervision. The subconscious knows how to guard what has been concluded. What is decided inwardly tonight will govern tomorrow's conduct with quiet authority. Decision, once sealed, becomes part of character. Character shapes destiny without further instruction. This is the end of debate. This is the beginning of direction. Sleep now under this settled purpose. The work continues faithfully. Persistence is not born of force. It is born of habit. When a man relies upon effort alone, he soon grows weary. When he relies upon habit, continuation becomes natural. Autosuggestion is the instrument through which persistence is transferred from effort to habit, where it no longer exhausts the will. Most men fail not because they lack endurance, but because they attempt to persist while still entertaining retreat. Retreat weakens loyalty. Loyalty strengthens persistence. Autosuggestion removes retreat by training the mind to accept continuation as the only remaining course. I have observed that men who endure calmly are rarely praised for effort. Their persistence appears ordinary. This ordinariness is the mark of mastery. When persistence feels dramatic, it is not yet secure. Men who rely upon habit do not ask themselves daily whether they will continue. Continuation is assumed. The mind obeys what is assumed more faithfully than what is demanded. Night after night, repetition establishes this assumption. Each quiet reaffirmation deepens the groove of habit. Once formed, the groove guides action automatically. I have known men who labored intensely for brief periods and then abandoned their work. I have known others who advanced steadily without strain. The difference lay not in strength, but in habit. Persistence built upon habit does not require constant encouragement. It operates even when attention wanders. This is its great advantage. Others sense this quality. They trust those who remain. Trust grows toward men who do not retreat inwardly. This trust attracts cooperation. Many men confuse persistence with stubbornness. Stubbornness resists instruction. Persistence accepts instruction and continues regardless. Autosuggestion trains the mind to continue without argument. The subconscious supports what it believes to be permanent. When continuation is presented as law rather than option, the subconscious lends its strength. Fear weakens persistence by suggesting escape. Autosuggestion removes escape by repetition of loyalty. I have often spoken of men who abandoned their effort within sight of success. Their failure was not lack of opportunity, but lack of habit. Habit would have carried them beyond doubt. Persistence does not require constant motion. It requires refusal to abandon direction. Men who persist wisely rest when rest serves, and act when action is required. As the body rests now, the mind accepts continuity without resistance. Calm repetition makes continuation feel natural rather than forced. Others will notice that you recover more quickly from disappointment. Recovery is swift when retreat is no longer considered. Men who persist by habit do not dramatize hardship. They accept it as instruction and proceed. This attitude preserves energy. Persistence governed by habit strengthens confidence. Confidence grows from experience of continuation, not from hope. I have known men who once quit easily yet became unshakable after training their minds through repetition. Their strength was not sudden. It was built quietly. Night after night, the subconscious learns loyalty. Loyalty becomes character. Character governs destiny. Persistence also sharpens judgment. Men who remain long enough learn what short effort never reveals. Others sense this depth and respond accordingly. They entrust responsibility to those who endure. The mind resists what feels temporary. It supports what feels permanent. Autosuggestion teaches the mind that purpose is permanent. You may notice now that the thought of quitting feels less urgent. This is not complacency. It is commitment. Men who commit inwardly do not exhaust themselves arguing with difficulty. They conserve energy by removing alternatives. As sleep deepens, habit strengthens. What is repeated calmly becomes law. You are not asked to push yourself forward. Pushing implies resistance. Allow habit to pull you forward instead. Persistence born of habit does not burn enthusiasm. It preserves it. Others may describe you as steady. Steadiness is the outward sign of persistence secured. I have long taught that failure is temporary defeat. Defeat becomes permanent only when habit dissolves. Habit prevents dissolution. Rest now in this continuity. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its task. What is established here will carry you forward without strain. Persistence is no longer something you must summon. It has become something you are. Sleep now, under this law of continuation. The work proceeds faithfully. No man ever builds great wealth by standing entirely alone in thought, even when he appears to labor by himself. Every achievement of lasting value is the result of minds working in harmony, whether those minds are near or far, present or remembered. Harmony is not accident. It is cultivated through disciplined thought. Most men attempt to solve every problem with their own limited experience. In doing so, they confine themselves to narrow boundaries. Growth begins when a man allows his thinking to align with ideas greater than his own without surrendering direction. I have known men of modest ability who achieved remarkable success because they learned how to harmonize their thought with capable minds. I have also known men of great talent who failed because they insisted upon thinking alone. Isolation weakens judgment. Harmony multiplies power. Autosuggestion is the instrument through which this harmony is established inwardly. When a man repeatedly aligns his thoughts with order, cooperation, and purpose, his mind becomes receptive to guidance that would otherwise pass unnoticed. Harmony does not require constant discussion. It requires agreement. When thoughts move toward the same end, they reinforce one another. When thoughts conflict, energy is wasted resolving inner disputes. Men who build enduring enterprises understand this law instinctively. They surround themselves with counsel rather than flattery. They invite ideas that strengthen purpose and dismiss those that weaken it. Others sense when a man thinks in harmony. They feel no resistance in his presence. They find cooperation easy. This ease invites assistance without request. I have often withdrawn into quiet reflection to consult an inner council composed of the great thinkers whose principles I had studied. In this imagined council, I asked not for answers, but for alignment. Alignment brought clarity. The subconscious accepts harmony more readily than discord. When a man rehearses orderly thought repeatedly, confusion loses its footing. Ideas arrange themselves naturally around purpose. Men governed by harmony are rarely hurried. They listen, they observe, they select. Selection is possible only when thought is not crowded by conflict. As the body rests now, the mind becomes more receptive to this alignment. Repetition during rest strengthens harmony without effort. Many men sabotage themselves by allowing resentment, envy, or rivalry to occupy their thoughts. These conditions fracture harmony and repel cooperation. Autosuggestion replaces them with understanding and order. I have known men who transformed their fortunes by replacing envy with study. When they studied success calmly, fear dissolved. Opportunity appeared. Others noticed the change. They sensed maturity. Maturity invites trust. Trust opens doors that effort alone cannot force. Harmony also governs timing. Men who are inwardly aligned act neither too early nor too late. Their judgment improves because it is not clouded by inner conflict. The mind, when harmonized, becomes selective. It admits fewer distractions and retains more useful ideas. This selectivity preserves energy. Autosuggestion trains this selectivity by repeated emphasis upon order and cooperation. What is emphasized becomes dominant. You may notice now that your thoughts feel quieter. This quiet is not emptiness. It is organization. Organization prepares the mind for opportunity. Men who lack harmony often confuse motion with progress. Men who possess harmony move less and accomplish more. Others respond to this economy of effort. They recognize competence even when it is not advertised. The principle of harmony applies inwardly before it applies outwardly. A man must first harmonize his own thoughts before he can cooperate effectively with others. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues arranging thought around purpose. Conflicting ideas lose strength through neglect. Aligned ideas gain authority. You are not required to seek harmony aggressively. Aggression creates discord. Allow repetition to establish order quietly. Men who cultivate harmony rarely feel lonely. Even in solitude, they carry a sense of guidance. Guidance arises from alignment with principle. I have often said that success requires the cooperation of other minds. This cooperation begins when thought is ordered and receptive. Others sense when a man is ready to cooperate without surrendering direction. They offer assistance willingly. Harmony also strengthens patience. Men at peace with their direction do not rush outcomes. They allow time to work. As this alignment strengthens, effort becomes more effective. Action is taken at the proper moment and withheld when restraint serves better. These qualities distinguish leaders from followers. Leadership begins with self-command and inner order. Rest now in this harmony. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to organize thought. What is harmonized inwardly will attract cooperation outwardly without effort. Sleep now under this order. The work continues faithfully. Every man lives under an expectation, whether he has chosen it or inherited it. Expectation is the lens through which opportunity is seen or overlooked. When a man expects loss, he notices danger. When he expects gain, he notices chance. Autosuggestion trains this expectation quietly, night after night, until it becomes the natural habit of thought. Scarcity is not a condition of supply. It is a condition of anticipation. Men who anticipate shortage behave as though resources are fragile. They hesitate, delay, and overprotect. Men who anticipate growth behave as though opportunity renews itself. Their conduct invites expansion. I have observed that expectation directs attention more powerfully than desire. Desire may wish, but expectation prepares. The mind arranges itself according to what it anticipates. This arrangement determines what feels reasonable to attempt. Many men desire wealth while expecting disappointment. This contradiction weakens initiative. Autosuggestion removes contradiction by training expectation to agree with purpose. Men who achieve lasting prosperity expect progress as a matter of order. They do not deny difficulty, yet they do not prepare for defeat. Their preparation is for advancement, and advancement responds. Others sense this expectation. They notice that such men do not speak as though opportunity were rare. They speak as though it were discoverable. This manner invites confidence and cooperation. Expectation also governs patience. Men who expect gain allow time to work. Men who expect loss demand immediate proof. Impatience is the offspring of scarcity. I have known men who labored faithfully yet remained poor because they anticipated loss at every turn. When they trained themselves to expect improvement, their judgment improved and opportunity appeared. Autosuggestion is the process by which anticipation is trained. Each repeated statement of expectancy strengthens the habit. Habit governs behavior without effort. The subconscious does not measure probability. It measures repetition. What is anticipated most often becomes the guide for action. Men who expect abundance do not rush blindly. They prepare calmly. Calm preparation attracts opportunity more readily than anxious effort. Others notice this calm. They trust those who do not appear desperate. Desperation repels assistance. Expectation invites it. Expectation also influences perception of money. Men trained in scarcity treat money as something to fear or hoard. Men trained in expectancy treat money as a tool to be directed. Direction multiplies usefulness. I have often said that money responds to those who respect it without fearing it. Fear of money is scarcity rehearsed. Respect is expectancy trained. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a new anticipation. This anticipation is not excitement. It is calm assumption that growth is natural. Night after night, calm assumption replaces anxious rehearsal. Each repetition weakens scarcity by neglect. Men who expect gain notice ideas that others overlook. Ideas are capital. Capital responds to attention. Others sense when a man expects success. They offer suggestions, introductions, and trust. These responses appear coincidental, yet they are drawn by expectation. Expectation also governs courage. Men who expect loss hesitate. Men who expect gain proceed. Courage is not absence of fear, but absence of preparation for defeat. Autosuggestion trains the mind to prepare for success rather than disaster. Preparation shapes conduct automatically. I have known men who feared opportunity because they expected failure. When expectancy changed, fear lost its authority. Expectation also governs gratitude. Men who expect gain appreciate progress. Appreciation strengthens confidence. Confidence supports persistence. As the body rests, the mind rehearses its anticipation. What is rehearsed now will guide tomorrow's reactions. You may notice that certain worries feel less persuasive. This is expectancy replacing scarcity. Men who live in expectancy do not ignore risk. They simply do not rehearse it. They acknowledge and proceed. Others respond to this steadiness. They sense capability. Capability invites responsibility. Expectation is the quiet partner of faith. Faith is agreement. Expectation is preparation. Together they direct destiny. I have observed that men who expect wealth do not speak of luck, they speak of order. Order produces repeatable results. Night repetition strengthens this order. Each calm statement of expectancy deepens belief without argument. The subconscious accepts expectancy as instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit becomes character. You are not asked to deny past difficulty. You are asked to anticipate future order. Expectation also influences generosity. Men who expect shortage cling. Men who expect growth share wisely. Sharing signals confidence. Others trust those who share wisely. Trust multiplies opportunity. As sleep deepens, the mind accepts a broader anticipation. This anticipation removes fear quietly. Scarcity loses power when it is no longer rehearsed. Expectancy gains power through repetition. Men who train expectation do not depend upon motivation. Expectation works when motivation fades. Others notice that you appear more settled. Settlement signals preparedness. I have known men whose fortunes changed because they stopped preparing for failure and began preparing for success. Preparation begins in thought. Rest now in this expectancy. Allow repetition to continue without effort. The deeper mind knows how to anticipate order. What is anticipated here will guide tomorrow's conduct naturally. This is how abundance becomes familiar. Familiarity removes doubt. Sleep now under this new anticipation. The work continues faithfully. No man receives more from life than he believes himself worthy to accept. This belief is seldom spoken aloud, yet it governs conduct with absolute authority. Wealth responds not merely to effort, but to self-respect quietly established through repeated thought. Many men desire riches while inwardly questioning their right to possess them. This hidden doubt weakens initiative and confuses judgment. The mind cannot move freely toward what it secretly believes it should not have. I have observed that men who accumulate and retain wealth carry themselves with dignity long before money appears. This dignity is not pride. It is calm self-acceptance. Others sense it instinctively and respond with trust. Self-respect is built through repetition. Each time a man speaks inwardly as one capable of responsibility, he strengthens the image of himself as a steward rather than a beggar. The subconscious accepts this image and organizes behavior to support it. Men who lack this self-respect often sabotage opportunity unknowingly. They hesitate at moments that require confidence. They underprice their service. They withdraw when recognition approaches. These acts are not weakness, but obedience to a limiting self-image. Autosuggestion replaces this image by rehearsing worth calmly and consistently. What is rehearsed becomes familiar. Familiarity removes discomfort. Discomfort is the hidden enemy of advancement. Wealth does not remain with those who feel unworthy of it. It flows away as surely as it arrives. Only those who feel at ease with responsibility can retain it. Ease is trained inwardly. Others notice this ease. They observe that such men do not shrink from decision or authority. They do not apologize for success. This manner invites confidence and opportunity. I have known men who labored for years without progress because they associated wealth with guilt or fear of criticism. When they replaced these thoughts with calm acceptance of worth, their fortunes changed steadily. Self-respect also governs how loss is interpreted. Men without it see loss as proof of inadequacy. Men with it see loss as instruction. Instruction strengthens judgment rather than weakening it. The subconscious does not measure merit, it measures belief. When belief is repeated calmly, it becomes law. Night after night, the mind rehearses its sense of worth. If it rehearses doubt, doubt becomes habit. If it rehearses dignity, dignity governs conduct. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a broader permission. This permission does not exaggerate. It simply assumes capability and responsibility as natural. Men who accept this permission do not chase approval. Approval follows those who approve of themselves inwardly. Others sense this independence and respect it. Respect opens doors effort alone cannot force. Self-respect also influences patience. Men who respect themselves do not rush results. They trust their direction. Trust steadies persistence. Autosuggestion installs this trust by repetition. Each calm statement of worth strengthens the inner foundation upon which wealth rests. I have often said that money responds to definiteness of purpose. Purpose is sustained by self-respect. Without it, purpose wavers. As this respect strengthens, the mind releases guilt around receiving. Guilt repels opportunity. Acceptance attracts it. Others will notice that you speak with more certainty. Certainty is not arrogance. It is clarity born of agreement. Men who possess this quality are often described as leaders. Leadership begins with self-command. The deeper mind accepts worth when it is presented calmly and consistently. It rejects exaggerated claims. Truth grows strongest when it feels natural. You may notice now that thoughts of receiving feel less uncomfortable. This comfort is essential. Wealth avoided inwardly will always be avoided outwardly. Self-respect also governs generosity. Men who respect themselves give wisely without fear. Giving signals confidence in renewal. Others trust those who give wisely. Trust multiplies opportunity. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues shaping this image. It records tone and repetition. These shape tomorrow's conduct. You are not asked to deny past errors. You are asked to stop rehearsing them. Rehearsal sustains identity. Men who rise do so when they release loyalty to an old self-image and adopt a broader one. This adoption does not require force. It requires repetition. Others will sense that you carry yourself differently. They will respond differently. Self-respect, once installed, guards wealth automatically. It guides choice, restraint, and direction. Rest now in this acceptance. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its work. What is accepted here will express itself tomorrow as steadiness, dignity, and confidence. This is how wealth becomes sustainable rather than temporary. Sleep now under this permission. The work continues faithfully. All instruction given to the mind reaches a point where it must be released if it is to fulfill its purpose. Effort completes its task when habit takes command. From this moment forward, the work belongs not to will, but to law. Law operates without supervision, without emotion, and without interruption. Many men interfere with their own progress by revisiting what has already been settled. They question conclusions, reopen decisions, and weaken habits that repetition has begun to strengthen. Wisdom lies in knowing when direction has been given sufficiently and trust must replace control. The subconscious mind, once impressed through calm repetition, proceeds with exactness. It does not forget. It does not hesitate. It executes instructions according to frequency and conviction. Sleep is not a pause in this execution. It is the period in which execution deepens. I have observed that men who understand this principle awaken with clarity they cannot explain. Their judgment feels steadier. Their choices feel simpler. This ease is not accidental. It is the natural result of inner order now governing conduct. When the conscious mind releases its grip, harmony advances, anxiety withdraws, habit assumes authority. The deeper faculties perform their work most efficiently when not disturbed by impatience or doubt. As sleep approaches fully, awareness drifts. This drifting is not weakness, it is cooperation. The subconscious requires no attention to perform its duty. It requires only that instruction be consistent and undisturbed. You may fade in and out of wakefulness. This does not interrupt the work. In truth, it assists it. The deeper mind remains alert even when awareness fades. It records rhythm, tone, and assumption, shaping tomorrow's reactions quietly. The impressions formed during these hours now belong to habit. Habit requires no memory. It operates automatically. Automatic conduct is the reward of disciplined repetition. Men who sustain wealth do not rely upon constant vigilance. They rely upon trained habits of thought. These habits guard direction even when attention wanders. This is their greatest strength. Others often describe such men as fortunate. Their good fortune is merely the visible effect of invisible order working without interference. From this point forward, the mind will continue selecting opportunities aligned with its instruction. It will notice what once went unseen. It will ignore distractions that once consumed energy. This selection is natural and reliable. I have long taught that the subconscious is impartial. It carries out orders whether they are helpful or harmful. Tonight, constructive orders have been impressed calmly and repeatedly. The law now proceeds. The work has moved from planting to growth. Growth does not announce itself. It advances silently. Its effects are noticed only when results appear. You are not required to monitor this growth. Monitoring introduces doubt. Trust allows completion. Completion belongs to habit, not effort. As the body rests deeply, the subconscious continues arranging thought, strengthening useful patterns, and weakening those no longer reinforced. This process is exact and dependable. Men who disrupt this stage often do so from impatience. Patience is the companion of confidence. Confidence trusts law to complete what repetition has begun. Others will notice changes before you do. They may remark upon calmness, clarity, or assurance. These qualities are signs that inner order is expressing itself outwardly. From this point, progress no longer depends upon encouragement. It depends upon continuity. Continuity has been established through repetition. The mind has accepted a new standard. Standards, once accepted, govern conduct automatically. What feels normal directs behavior more powerfully than what feels impressive. As sleep deepens, urgency dissolves completely. Urgency belongs to doubt. Order proceeds without haste. I have known men whose greatest advances came after they ceased forcing progress and allowed habit to rule. Their restraint allowed law to operate. Rest is essential to achievement. Rest permits the deeper faculties to function without obstruction. This is why sleep completes the work effort begins. You may awaken with no clear memory of these words. That is of no concern. Memory is not the agent of change. Impression is. Impression shapes expectation. Expectation shapes conduct. Conduct shapes result. This sequence is now in motion. The mind, once ordered, seeks order everywhere. It arranges time wisely. It chooses effort carefully. It persists steadily. Others respond to this order instinctively. They cooperate. They trust. They offer opportunity. Order invites these responses without request. From this point forward, growth is not something to pursue. It is something to allow. Allowance replaces struggle. I have often said that success is the result of laws applied, not wishes expressed. Those laws are now at work quietly and faithfully. Rest now without concern. The mind has been instructed. It will continue its work without attention. Sleep carries this instruction deeper, where it becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character determines destiny. When morning comes, action will follow naturally. Decisions will feel steadier. Persistence will feel easier. Confidence will feel calmer. This is not chance. It is order. The work is complete for now. Nothing more is required. Release control and rest. What has been planted will grow. Kept them stuck all day. Worries replay. Doubts whisper. Old limits tighten their grip in the quiet. Tonight is different. Tonight, the mind is being invited into a new rhythm, one where wealth feels normal, calm, and expected rather than distant or difficult. There is a reason success often feels just out of reach. It isn't effort that's missing. It's alignment. The subconscious sets the ceiling long before action begins. As you listen, that ceiling begins to lift, not through force, but through gentle repetition that the deeper mind accepts without resistance. You don't need to concentrate hard. In fact, the less you try, the better this works. These hours are designed for the moment when thought slows and imagination softens. That is when new assumptions quietly take root. shaping what you expect, choose, and persist in tomorrow. Wealth is not built on motivation alone. Motivation fades. What remains is identity, the silent answer to the question, what kind of person am I? As you drift closer to sleep, that identity begins to shift, away from struggle and toward quiet confidence and inner certainty. Notice how your body relaxes before your thoughts change. That order matters. The subconscious listens most closely when the nervous system feels safe. In that safety, new ideas are welcomed instead of questioned, absorbed instead of resisted. Many people believe millionaires think harder. The truth is simpler. They think differently. Their expectations are tuned to growth, not fear. Their inner dialogue assumes opportunity instead of scarcity. These frequencies introduce that same mental environment gently and repeatedly. You may feel nothing dramatic at first. That is a good sign. Deep change rarely announces itself. It works silently, like a tide reshaping the shore overnight. By morning, the landscape feels familiar, yet something important has shifted beneath the surface. As minutes pass, the mind becomes less concerned with how and more comfortable with what if. This openness is power. It allows new possibilities to enter without being shut down by old habits of doubt or hesitation. For years, you may have unknowingly practiced the mindset of limitation. Repetition made it feel natural. Tonight, repetition works in your favor. Each cycle reinforces a new internal agreement that wealth is sustainable, receiving is safe, and growth does not require constant struggle. The subconscious does not argue. It learns by exposure. What it hears often enough becomes its truth. As these ideas repeat in a relaxed state, they bypass effort and settle into memory, shaping future choices without conscious strain. You are not being asked to believe anything blindly. You are being allowed to become familiar with a new standard. Familiarity breeds comfort, and comfort guides behavior. When wealth feels familiar, actions begin to align naturally. Notice how urgency dissolves. The rush to make it happen fades. In its place comes steadiness. That steadiness is the foundation of persistence, the quiet determination that keeps moving forward without burnout or fear. This is how long-term success is built. Not through bursts of inspiration, but through stable inner programming, the kind that continues working long after motivation fades, guiding decisions automatically and consistently. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind loosens its grip. This is the gateway. In this state, impressions sink deeper and stay longer. What enters now becomes part of the operating system you wake up with. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper mind remains alert even when you rest. It records patterns, absorbs tone, and shapes expectation without needing your attention. In the days ahead, you may notice subtle changes. Confidence feels quieter but stronger. Fear feels less convincing. Opportunities seem easier to recognize. These are signs that the inner shift is expressing itself outwardly. Wealth begins as an expectation before it appears as a result. When you expect growth, you act differently. You persist longer. You recover faster. You notice chances others overlook. All of this begins internally. Stay with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment reinforces the message that expansion is natural, that progress is safe, that you are allowed to think bigger without guilt or fear. This is not about chasing money. It is about becoming the kind of thinker who attracts and sustains it. The outer world responds to inner consistency, not occasional effort. By the time sleep takes you fully, the work will already be underway. Quietly, steadily, without strain. When you wake, you may not remember every word, but the subconscious will remember the feeling, and that feeling will guide you toward clearer decisions, toward steadier action, toward persistence that feels natural instead of forced. This is how the mindset of millionaires is formed one quiet night at a time. Most men go to sleep each night carrying the unfinished business of their thoughts. The day may be over, yet the mind continues its labor, replaying doubts, rehearsing disappointments, and strengthening the very patterns that held them in limitation. Few understand that sleep does not silence thought, it delivers thought to a deeper court where judgment is final and habit is born. I have observed through many years of study that the mind is most impressionable when the body is at rest. At this hour, reason loosens its grip and imagination takes command. Whatever impressions are most frequently entertained during this quiet period become tomorrow's tendencies, shaping what feels natural, possible, and deserved without conscious effort. Wealth, in its truest form, is not loud, it is not anxious, it does not hurry. It moves with the calm assurance of one who expects results as a matter of order. Men who accumulate great fortunes do so first by living inwardly in an atmosphere of sufficiency, long before the outer world reflects their condition. The majority attempt to force prosperity through effort alone, never suspecting that effort applied from a conflicted mind produces resistance instead of progress. When the inner climate is unsettled, action scatters. When the inner climate is composed, action aligns. The difference is not visible at first, yet it governs every outcome. I have known men of modest means whose presence commanded confidence from all who met them. Others, with greater resources, carried an air of uncertainty that betrayed their lack of inward order. The world responds not merely to what a man possesses, but to what he expects. Expectation speaks through posture, tone, and patience. Each night, as the body relaxes, the mind enters a receptive state. In this condition, thoughts are not examined, they are accepted. The subconscious does not argue. It records. It takes instruction from repetition, not from intensity. This is why careless thinking at night so often becomes unwanted habit by morning. Prosperity begins when a man stops arguing with possibility. Doubt is not an enemy, it is a habit. Habits are not defeated by struggle, but by replacement. Tonight, the mind is not being forced into belief. It is being gently introduced to a new order of thinking, where growth feels reasonable and expansion feels safe. Men who build enduring success do not carry their worries into rest. They have trained themselves to dwell upon expectation instead of fear. This practice did not come by accident. It was cultivated through repetition until calm confidence replaced restless striving as their natural state. You may notice, as these words continue, that the body relaxes before the thoughts change. This order is correct. The subconscious listens most attentively when tension dissolves. In that state, new assumptions slip past resistance and settle where habits are formed, shaping tomorrow's actions without command or effort. I have watched men rise from obscurity to prominence, not by changing their circumstances first, but by changing the atmosphere of their inner life. They began to live inwardly, as though success were orderly and expected, rather than distant or uncertain. In time, the outer world adjusted to match the inner standard. The mind rehearses what it lives with most often. If it lives nightly with fear, it becomes skilled at fear. If it lives nightly with calm expectancy, it becomes skilled at recognizing opportunity. Skill of this kind does not feel dramatic. It feels familiar. Familiarity is the doorway through which fortune enters. Others will notice the change before you do. They will sense steadiness where hesitation once lived. They will hear certainty in your speech without knowing its source. Confidence does not announce itself. It reveals itself through consistency. This consistency is shaped quietly, night after night, in moments such as these. Many believe that wealthy men think harder than others. The truth is simpler. They think with less resistance. Their thoughts are not divided between desire and doubt. They have reached inward conclusions that no longer require debate. This unity of thought produces calm action and patient persistence. As the mind settles, it becomes less concerned with how results will appear and more comfortable with the fact that they will. This shift marks the difference between effort and alignment. Effort strains, alignment moves. Tonight, alignment is being introduced gently, without demand. Repetition is the great teacher of the subconscious. What is heard often enough becomes law within. This is why careless repetition produces limitation, and deliberate repetition produces mastery. The difference lies not in force, but in direction. The mind follows the path most often traveled. You are not being asked to imagine riches beyond reason. You are being invited to grow familiar with sufficiency, with steadiness, with the idea that growth is natural and orderly. Familiarity breeds comfort, and comfort shapes behavior. Behavior, repeated, shapes destiny. Men who expect abundance do not rush. They do not beg circumstances for permission. They move with quiet authority, knowing that persistence guided by order will always outlast haste driven by fear. This authority is first practiced inwardly, in thought, before it ever appears in action. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind releases control. This is not weakness, it is opportunity. The deeper mind remains awake, recording tone, rhythm, and expectation. What enters now will influence decisions tomorrow without asking for attention or approval. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper faculties do not require focus to learn. They learn through exposure. Each repeated impression strengthens a new inner agreement that progress is safe, that growth is permitted, that wealth does not require struggle to exist. I have long taught that riches begin as a state of mind. This state is not excitement, nor is it tension. It is calm assurance. It is the quiet knowing that one's efforts are guided, that persistence is worthwhile, and that time works in favor of those who do not abandon their inner order. Notice how urgency fades as calm takes its place. Urgency belongs to fear. Calm belongs to confidence. Confidence grows not through argument, but through repeated acquaintance with constructive ideas. Tonight, that acquaintance is taking place naturally. This is how the inner residence of wealth is built, not in a single night, but through repeated visits to the same mental atmosphere. Each visit makes the environment more familiar. What feels familiar begins to feel natural. What feels natural begins to guide action. When morning comes, you may not remember these words clearly. That is of no concern. The subconscious remembers impressions, not sentences. It remembers tone, expectation, and emotional climate. These are the tools with which it shapes habit. From this point forward, the mind is being gently trained to expect order instead of chaos, sufficiency instead of lack, progress instead of delay. This training does not exhaust. It soothes. It does not demand belief. It builds familiarity. In time, you will notice that decisions come with less strain. Persistence feels steadier. Doubt loses its urgency. These are signs that the inner atmosphere has shifted. The outer world always follows, though never in haste. For now, rest. Allow the mind to remain in this calmer rhythm. Each moment spent here strengthens the inner foundation upon which all lasting success is built. What is planted in rest grows in action. This is the beginning not of effort, but of alignment. Not of struggle, but of order. And from order, all riches flow. There is a wide difference between a man who wishes for abundance and a man who has inwardly settled that abundance is his rightful condition. The first speaks of hope and waits upon circumstances. The second carries himself as one who has already reached a conclusion and merely allows time to reveal its details. This inward settlement is the quiet beginning of all achievement. Most men mistake longing for intention. Longing is restless. It rises and falls with mood. It weakens in the presence of difficulty. True intention is calm. It does not plead. It does not argue. It simply remains. I have observed that men who reach enduring success are those who arrive inwardly before they arrive outwardly. When a man reaches an inward conclusion, his mind ceases to wander. Energy that was once scattered among doubts and alternatives becomes gathered. This gathering produces power. It sharpens perception. It gives direction to effort without strain. Others may not know why they trust such a man, yet they do. Trust is born of inward firmness. There was once a young man who resolved that he would associate himself with a great inventor. He possessed no money, no influence, and no assurance of welcome. Yet inwardly, he had settled the matter. He did not debate whether it could happen. He simply decided that it would. The world eventually rearranged itself to match that decision. This inward settlement is not excitement. It does not rush the body or inflame the voice. It expresses itself as patience. Men who have settled inwardly are never in a hurry. They know that haste is born of uncertainty. They allow events to unfold because their minds are no longer questioning the outcome. Each night offers an opportunity to renew this inward settlement. As the body rests, the mind becomes less argumentative. It listens more than it speaks. In this condition, repeated impressions sink deeper and take firmer hold. What is calmly accepted in this state becomes tomorrow's standard of behavior. I have noticed that men who achieve little often rehearse their uncertainty at night. They review obstacles, justify delay, and strengthen hesitation. Those who achieve much rehearse expectancy. They do not command results, yet they assume progress. This assumption becomes habit, and habit becomes character. Character is not built by dramatic resolve. It is built by quiet repetition. What a man thinks consistently, especially in moments of rest, becomes the lens through which he views opportunity. Two men may face the same circumstance. One sees risk, the other sees possibility. The difference lies in what they have trained themselves to expect. Inward settlement changes the manner in which effort is applied. Work no longer feels like struggle. It feels like expression. Persistence no longer feels heroic. It feels natural. This is why men of great achievement often appear calm, while others exhaust themselves without result. Others will begin to notice this change. They will observe that you no longer explain yourself unnecessarily. You speak when speech is useful and remain silent when silence serves. This restraint is not learned from books. It grows out of inward certainty. Men trust those who trust their own direction. There is a peculiar strength that comes to one who has settled inwardly. Criticism loses its sting. Delay loses its power. Failure is no longer taken as final, but as instruction. This strength does not announce itself. It reveals itself through steadiness. Many attempt to convince themselves of success through excitement. This method fails because excitement fades. The subconscious accepts what is repeated calmly and consistently. It resists what is forced. Therefore, the most powerful form of instruction is quiet expectancy, repeated without strain. As these words continue, you may feel less compelled to agree or disagree. That is as it should be. Agreement is not required. Familiarity is. The subconscious learns not through argument, but through exposure. What it becomes familiar with, it begins to accept as normal. Wealth begins to appear ordinary to those who have settled inwardly. They do not place it upon a pedestal. They do not fear it. They do not worship it. They regard it as a natural result of ordered thinking and directed effort. This attitude removes resistance. Men who have settled inwardly do not envy. Envy is the confession of doubt. Instead, they observe the success of others with interest, knowing that achievement follows law and leaves clues. They study rather than resent. This habit alone separates builders from drifters. Night after night, the mind rehearses its expectations. These rehearsals do not feel like labor. They feel like residence. You live inwardly, where your thoughts dwell most often. If they dwell upon sufficiency, sufficiency feels natural. If they dwell upon lack, lack feels reasonable. The inward settlement of intention does not require knowing every step. It requires only agreement upon the destination. The path reveals itself as movement begins. Men who wait for perfect plans before settling inwardly rarely move. Men who settle inwardly find that plans appear when needed. You may begin to notice that effort feels less urgent. This is not indifference. It is confidence. Confidence does not push. It proceeds. It knows that time favors those who do not abandon their course inwardly. As the body rests more deeply, the mind continues its quiet instruction. Each repeated impression strengthens the inner agreement that progress is orderly and safe. This agreement guides action tomorrow without demand or command. I have often said that the mind must first be convinced before circumstances will obey. Conviction is not loud, it does not shout. It simply remains unchanged by temporary appearances. This quality is developed through repetition in moments when resistance is low. Men who possess this quality are often described as fortunate. Their good fortune is merely the outward reflection of inward order. They do not rely upon chance, they rely upon habit. Habit is the strongest ally of intention. You may drift in and out of awareness as these ideas continue. That is of no importance. The deeper mind remains attentive. It records rhythm, tone, and assumption. These elements shape tomorrow's choices more powerfully than conscious resolve. As this inward settlement strengthens, you may find yourself less tempted to explain delays or justify past errors. The future claims more attention than the past. This shift marks the transition from drifting to direction. Those around you will feel this shift. They may not name it, yet they will respond to it. Opportunities are offered more readily to those who appear prepared to receive them. Preparation is not visible in words, but in bearing. This preparation is not anxiety. It is readiness. Readiness grows out of inward agreement. When the mind no longer debates its right to succeed, behavior aligns naturally with advancement. There is no need to hurry this process. The subconscious responds to patience. Each night spent in calm expectancy deepens the groove of habit. Habits once formed operate automatically, freeing the conscious mind for higher use. In time, you will notice that decisions arise more easily. You will hesitate less. You will persist longer without strain. These are the signs that inward settlement has taken root. For now, allow these ideas to remain without effort. Let them repeat gently. Repetition is not dullness. It is discipline. Discipline of this kind builds freedom rather than restraint. This is how intention becomes identity. This is how identity shapes destiny. Not through force, but through quiet agreement, renewed nightly, until it becomes the natural order of thought. Rest now in this settled atmosphere. The work continues without effort. The mind learns even as the body sleeps. What has been calmly accepted tonight will guide tomorrow's actions with steady hand. There comes a point in the growth of every man when effort ceases to be divided. Before that point, thought pulls in opposite directions. One part desires advancement, while another questions its right to exist. This division weakens initiative and confuses judgment. When the division ends, power appears quietly, without announcement. What most men call belief is often nothing more than hope struggling against doubt. True inner strength is not born of struggle. It is born of agreement. When the conscious aim and the deeper mind speak the same language, action flows without resistance, and persistence becomes natural rather than forced. I have observed that men who possess this inner agreement move through life with remarkable calm. They are not free from obstacles, yet obstacles do not disturb their balance. They proceed as though supported by an unseen order, trusting that each step taken in harmony leads somewhere useful. This agreement is not created through emotion. Emotion fades. It is created through repetition, calmly applied, until the mind no longer entertains alternatives. When a thought has been repeated often enough without contradiction, it becomes accepted as fact by the deeper faculties. Men who reach this state are often described as confident. Confidence is merely the outward sign of inward harmony. It is not arrogance, nor is it noise. It is steadiness. Others sense it instinctively and respond to it with trust, even before results are visible. There was a manufacturer once told that his plan could not be carried out. Skilled men listed reasons, calculations, and obstacles. He listened patiently and then stated, without heat or argument, that the plan would proceed. He had already reached agreement within. Time and persistence made his decision appear wise. Inner agreement expresses itself as patience. Men who possess it are not hurried by appearances. Delay does not weaken their resolve, because resolve is no longer debated. They have ceased asking whether they will succeed and have begun acting as though success is orderly and expected. Each night offers a fresh opportunity to strengthen this agreement. As the body grows still, the mind loosens its guard. In this state, repeated impressions sink deeply and remain. Calm repetition is the language the deeper mind understands best. Doubt thrives in argument. Agreement dissolves argument. When the mind stops arguing with itself, energy that was once wasted becomes available for constructive use. This energy sharpens perception, improves judgment, and steadies persistence. Men who lack this agreement often appear busy, yet accomplish little. Their efforts scatter because their thoughts scatter. Men who possess agreement appear calm, yet advance steadily. Their thoughts move in one direction, and effort follows naturally. Others notice this difference. They observe that such men do not seek approval before acting. They do not defend their purpose. They proceed quietly, allowing results to speak. This manner inspires confidence and invites cooperation without request. Inner agreement is strengthened by speaking inwardly as though results are already aligned. This is not boasting, it is instruction. The deeper mind responds to tone and repetition rather than reasoned proof. What it hears often enough, it accepts as true. As these words continue, you may feel less inclined to analyze them. That is well. Analysis belongs to the waking mind. The deeper faculties learn through rhythm and repetition. They accept what feels consistent and calm. Men who have mastered this agreement often sleep peacefully. They do not carry unresolved debate into rest. Their thoughts at night reinforce direction rather than confusion. This practice alone separates the steady builder from the restless striver. You may notice that urgency continues to fade. Urgency is born of doubt. Calm is born of agreement. When the mind no longer questions its course, there is nothing to hurry. Each step becomes sufficient in itself. I have often said that faith is a state of mind. By this I mean agreement without argument. It is not blind acceptance, but settled understanding. It grows slowly, through repeated acquaintance with the same constructive ideas. Those who possess it are not immune to fear, but fear no longer governs them. Fear becomes a passing visitor rather than a ruler. Inner agreement gives authority over passing moods and temporary appearances. Others will feel safer around you as this agreement strengthens. Safety is sensed, not explained. Men trust those whose thoughts are not divided. This trust opens doors that remain closed to the uncertain. As sleep draws nearer, the mind becomes even more receptive. This is the hour when agreement is most easily reinforced. Each repetition deepens the impression that progress is orderly, that effort is worthwhile, and that persistence is rewarded. You are not required to believe these ideas with force. Force creates resistance. Familiarity creates acceptance. Let these thoughts repeat gently until they feel ordinary rather than impressive. Ordinary thoughts guide ordinary action, and ordinary action repeated produces uncommon results. Men who build great fortunes do not live in a state of emotional intensity. They live in a state of inward balance. This balance allows them to endure temporary defeat without surrender and success without intoxication. Inner agreement also brings restraint. It teaches when to act and when to wait. Men lacking it act impulsively or not at all. Men possessing it act deliberately, guided by steady judgment rather than mood. As this agreement grows, you may find that decisions arise more easily. The mind no longer weighs endless alternatives. It recognizes what aligns and moves forward without strain. This is not stubbornness, it is clarity. Night after night, calm repetition strengthens this inner order. Each session makes the agreement firmer. What once felt uncertain begins to feel natural. What feels natural begins to guide behavior automatically. Others may comment that you seem more composed. They may notice that you listen more and speak less. This is not withdrawal. It is confidence. Confidence does not require constant expression. The deeper mind does not forget what it accepts in rest. It carries these impressions forward, shaping tomorrow's reactions and choices without conscious command. This is how character is built quietly and reliably. You may drift in and out of awareness. Allow it. The work does not stop when attention fades. In fact, it often deepens. The subconscious is most active when the conscious mind releases control. As this inner agreement settles, resistance to opportunity weakens. You become more willing to accept responsibility and reward. This willingness is the foundation upon which advancement rests. I have seen men fail repeatedly because they could not agree inwardly that success was permitted to them. When that agreement was reached, results followed as naturally as night follows day. There is nothing mystical about this process. It is lawful. Thought repeated becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character determines destiny. The order never changes. Rest now in this state of inward harmony. Let repetition do its work. What has been calmly accepted tonight will strengthen tomorrow's actions without effort or strain. This agreement is not temporary. Each night it is renewed until it becomes the natural order of thought. From that order flows confidence, persistence, and achievement. Every man is constantly giving orders to his own mind, whether he knows it or not. The only difference between the successful and the unsuccessful is not the presence of instruction, but its direction. The mind obeys what it hears most often, especially when the body is still and the will is relaxed. Few realize that the mind does not require permission to act upon repeated impressions. It requires only exposure. What is repeated calmly becomes accepted as guidance. What is accepted becomes habit. Habit directs conduct without argument. This is the hidden mechanism behind all lasting achievement. I have seen men struggle fiercely against outward conditions, never suspecting that they were daily reinforcing the very limitations they wished to escape. Their thoughts rehearsed defeat more faithfully than their hands rehearsed labor. The mind simply obeyed the most consistent instruction it received. The deeper faculties are not impressed by forceful commands. They respond to tone, rhythm, and frequency. A calm statement repeated without contradiction carries more authority than emotional declarations made once and abandoned. Order enters the mind through familiarity, not excitement. Each night, as the body releases its tensions, the mind becomes more teachable. Reason no longer interrupts. Doubt grows quiet. In this condition, the instructions given sink deeply and remain. This is why careless nighttime thinking produces habits that appear uninvited by morning. Men who direct their thoughts deliberately at night are quietly shaping tomorrow's conduct. They do not strain to control action. They guide thought, knowing that action follows thought, as shadow follows form. This understanding separates those who build steadily from those who exhaust themselves. I have observed that men who rise above mediocrity rarely speak harshly to themselves. They instruct with calm authority. They state inwardly what they expect and then allow repetition to do its work. The mind responds to this manner of leadership. Others sense this self-command. It reveals itself as composure. Such men do not react impulsively. They pause, they choose, they appear prepared even when circumstances are uncertain. Preparation of this kind is the result of inward rehearsal, not chance. Many men allow their thoughts to wander at night, revisiting failure, rehearsing fear, and justifying delay. In doing so, they instruct the mind to repeat the same conditions tomorrow. The mind obeys faithfully, never questioning whether the instruction serves its owner. Instruction given without awareness is still instruction. Silence is instruction. Habitual worry is instruction. The mind does not judge. It records and repeats. This is why discipline of thought is more powerful than discipline of action alone. When instruction is calm and consistent, the mind accepts it as law. It no longer debates whether it is true. It begins to operate as though it were fact. This is the moment when effort begins to feel lighter and persistence steadier. I have known men who transformed their entire course by changing nothing outward at first. They altered only what they told themselves repeatedly in moments of rest. In time, their conduct changed without force, and results followed as naturally as growth follows planting. As you rest now, the mind is especially receptive. It is not being asked to struggle or analyze. It is being allowed to listen. Listening is the doorway through which instruction enters. What enters now will guide choices tomorrow without calling attention to itself. Others will notice this guidance before you do. They will see restraint where haste once ruled. They will sense patience where irritation once lived. These changes appear subtle, yet they carry great influence. Influence grows from steadiness, not noise. The most powerful instructions are those that assume success rather than demand it. Statements of calm expectancy teach the mind to regard advancement as natural. Demands teach the mind to resist. The difference lies in tone, not words. Night after night, repeated instruction creates a rhythm. This rhythm becomes familiar. Familiarity becomes comfort. Comfort becomes confidence. Confidence guides behavior. Behavior repeated becomes destiny. The sequence is exact and never varies. Men who understand this do not argue with temporary appearances. They know that appearances lag behind instruction. They continue repeating the same calm direction until the outer world aligns. This patience is not passive, it is disciplined. You may find that effort feels less forced as this process continues. This is not laziness, it is alignment. When thought and action move together, strain disappears. Strain belongs to divided thought. The mind does not distinguish between spoken words and unspoken ones. It responds equally to both. What is repeated inwardly carries as much power as what is spoken aloud. This is why silent instruction at night is so effective. As sleep draws nearer, the conscious will relaxes further. The deeper faculties take greater control. They do not question, they execute. What they execute depends entirely upon what they have been taught through repetition. This is the hour when habits are shaped most efficiently. The mind is free from the interference of doubt. It accepts instruction as it is given. Calm repetition now accomplishes more than effort applied at any other time. Men who fail to direct this process become directed by circumstance. Men who understand it direct circumstance by directing themselves first. This is not domination, it is order. Others respond favorably to those who possess inner order. They feel safe in their presence. Safety attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. This is one of the quiet ways success expands. As this instruction continues, you may feel less urgency to force outcomes. Outcomes respond to habit more readily than to force. Habit is built here in moments of rest through repetition without strain. You are not required to remember these words. Memory is not the tool at work. Impression is. Impression shapes tendency. Tendency guides action. Action repeated produces result. Each time these ideas repeat, they deepen the groove of habit. The groove becomes easier to follow. Soon, the mind follows it automatically, without conscious direction. I have long taught that the mind is the only instrument through which man may shape his destiny. Instruction is the hand that tunes this instrument. Careless tuning produces discord. Deliberate tuning produces harmony. As this harmony grows, the mind resists distraction less and direction more. Focus strengthens naturally. Persistence feels less heroic and more ordinary. This ordinariness is the mark of mastery. Rest now in this process. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The mind learns best when it is not forced. What is accepted calmly tonight will express itself confidently tomorrow. This is the art of self-direction. It is simple, lawful, and powerful. Those who practice it consistently separate themselves quietly from the multitude. The instruction continues even as awareness fades. Sleep does not interrupt it. It completes it. What has been impressed here will guide the waking hours ahead with steady hand. There is a moment in every man's life when progress waits not upon effort, but upon conclusion. Until that moment arrives, thought drifts between alternatives, weakening action and confusing judgment. Once it arrives, movement becomes direct, and the mind ceases to wander. This moment is not loud. It is inward and final. Most men believe that decision is an act of courage. In truth, it is an act of settlement. Courage follows afterward. When the mind has ended its debate, energy that was once divided gathers itself and moves in a single direction. This gathering produces power without strain. I have studied thousands of men who failed not because they lacked ability, but because they postponed inward conclusion. They waited for certainty before deciding, not knowing that certainty follows decision rather than preceding it. Delay is the most faithful servant of doubt. A man who has not concluded inwardly carries unrest into every undertaking. He revises his plans repeatedly, not from improvement, but from fear. His actions begin and stop. His persistence weakens. Others sense this uncertainty and hesitate to place confidence in him. By contrast, the man who has reached inward conclusion moves with quiet firmness. He does not explain himself unnecessarily. He does not seek repeated counsel for the same matter. He has settled the question within and allows action to express that settlement. This inward finality does not mean that plans never change. It means that purpose does not. The destination remains fixed, even when the path adjusts. Men who confuse flexibility with indecision surrender direction without realizing it. Each night presents an opportunity to examine unfinished debates of the mind. Matters left unresolved carry themselves into sleep, where they ferment into habit. Matters settled inwardly rest quietly and give the mind peace. Peace strengthens judgment. I have observed that men who sleep soundly are often those who have settled their major questions. Restlessness is frequently the result of postponed decision. The mind seeks closure as naturally as the body seeks rest. Decision, once made inwardly, begins to guide conduct without command. It influences what is noticed and what is ignored. Opportunities aligned with the decision stand out. Distractions lose their appeal. This guidance feels natural rather than forced. Others quickly recognize this quality. They observe that such men do not hesitate unnecessarily. They speak with simplicity. They act without apology. This manner inspires confidence, for it suggests mastery over one's own thought. Many men attempt to substitute activity for decision. They remain busy while avoiding inward conclusion. This activity exhausts without advancing. Progress requires not motion alone, but direction. Direction is born of decision. Decision reached in agitation is unstable. Decision reached in calm endures. The subconscious accepts conclusions formed without conflict more readily than those formed under pressure. This is why rest is a powerful ally of decision. As the body rests now, the mind becomes capable of quiet conclusion. Questions that seemed complex in waking hours simplify. Alternatives lose their urgency. What remains is clarity, free from emotional interference. I have known men who changed the course of their lives in a single evening, not through dramatic action, but through inward settlement. They decided once and for all the kind of men they would become. The world responded in time. When a man concludes inwardly, fear loses its authority. Fear feeds upon uncertainty. Once uncertainty ends, fear finds no nourishment. It may appear briefly, but it no longer governs conduct. This conclusion also alters patience. Men who have decided no longer rush results. They understand that time is an ally rather than an enemy. They persist without strain, knowing that persistence guided by decision is irresistible. Others sense this patience and trust it. They feel no pressure, yet they feel direction. This combination attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort beyond what any man can produce alone. The subconscious records conclusions more readily than intentions. An intention may waver. A conclusion remains. This is why repeated inward statements of finality are so powerful, especially when delivered in moments of rest.